Top of the morning, traders, and happy Wednesday, January 7th. And welcome to the most value-packed live trader show, where we live trade, break down charts, cover high-impact events, and talk trader mindset. Hopefully, everyone had a great day yesterday and is ready to kick off another opportunity-filled day. Today, we have some major red folder catalysts that could potentially have a significant impact on the lower time frames on SPY. We did make an all-time high on the Dow yesterday and SPY as well. So again, two all-time highs within a 2-week span on SPY. And we are seeing the market push into the upside. Going into today, red folder catalyst, 10 o'clock. We did get one at 8:15. So right out the gate, let the market digest the data and pick a direction, and we will align ourselves with that direction once it does do that. So again, make sure to like the video on YouTube, make sure to subscribe, and let's get the show on the road. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Smash the like button, guys, and we will do the giveaway at 1 o'clock. PMH 692.28. We're coming into it right away. We're not wasting a lot of time with the PMH right out the gate, push it to the upside. ADP data. So again, all-time highs. It literally took us 25 seconds, less than 30 seconds to make all-time highs. Less than 30 seconds to make all-time highs. All right, so back-to-back days. Keep account of that. So far, 2 days, all-time highs in 26. All right, we're going to have to get a designated tracker of all-time highs. All right. So first thing we're going to do is mark out that daily open, no gap up, no gap down. That gap from December 29th has been completely filled. PMH 692.29, see how we interact with that. We're initially rejecting off of it. Okay, line in the sand, daily open, 692.19. 692.19, cash open, daily open, NYDO. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. So a big thing is I was telling our team members in our pre-market prep stream, okay, if you have to be part of our pre-market prep stream, it gets you ready for the day. You have to be in our community where I was emphasizing the importance of picking if you're going to trade before 10 o'clock or after 10 o'clock, okay? Are you going to let the dust settle after those catalysts, or are you going to jump right in and look for your opportunities regardless of the catalyst? That is up to you. You make the call. Okay, you make the call on that front. All right? So initial interaction with PMH, we're getting a rejection. Let's see what the IW is doing. IW has been on the tear. IW comes into PMH, rejects as well. The Dow's above PMH. Qs came into PMH, rejected as well. So all the indexes had some sort of interaction with PMH, and the Dow is the only one. The Dow is the only one that's remaining above that PMH. Okay. The Dow is the only one that's remaining above that PMH. So far we are directional on the daily. So yearly upside breaker, prior highs, prior all-time highs are right here. Okay, right here. So that alone can lead to a bounce, of course, but it's on its own. So you need some sort of additional layer of confluence. VWAP 691.75. 5-minute ORM, you're on the clock. If we do drop below that, this leads us. We have a massive drop all the way to D50, right? So if the VIX catches a bid off of that 15, right? Our reliance on the VIX is not there, so but we're still paying attention to it, okay? But we can't rely on it as much. But interested to see how we interact with that 691.65, 691.66 territory, prior all-time highs. Prior all-time highs right there. Okay. Good morning, guys on YouTube. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. Make sure to like and subscribe. And let us know you're joining from if you're a first-time viewer. If you're a first-time viewer, put 1 in the chat. If you're a returning viewer, put 2 in the chat on YouTube. All right, we got over close to 30 people joining us this morning, right out the gate. So welcome to our stream. PMH 692.29. So adverse reaction to PMH. The Dow is the only one. So this is all the indexes are kind of doing their own thing, right? They're doing their own thing. The Qs, I should say, the Qs correction. The Qs are above the PMH. The Dow and IW are grabbing PMH and falling off a cliff. My PML on SPY is all the way at 690. So we're seeing the Qs do what they need to do. So let's see if the Dow and the IW can just gather themselves, just stay where they are, relatively stay where they are, or try to sweep that pre-market low, start course correcting and pushing to the upside. Let's see how that plays out. Okay. So 10 o'clock, keep that on watch. I'll take this off. So this is where we are on all-time highs, guys. This is where we are. This is where we are. Let me close this as well. Lighten the load on the processor here. 5-minute orb is set. 5-minute orb is set. If you do trade the 5-minute orb, the range is set. Range is set. You got 692.43. If it breaks above that, that's all-time highs. And you got 691.71 those lows. That means it's going to break below VWAP and potentially break below that 691.66. All right, so PMH 691.29. 692.29, I should say. So a lot of levels in this territory. Turn into a key zone. If we break above it, I'll be there for the retest into outer space. So we haven't been there before. We don't have a lot of price history in that territory, or if no price history. What is encouraging is the fact that the queues are running. Okay, the fact that the queues are running is very encouraging. They're doing their part. Okay, nice little key zone there. See if we get that hold above that level. Nice hold. If we get that hold, I'll be there for it. Keep in mind, we're only moving 30 cents per 5-minute candle. So as much movement as we're seeing, we're not moving a lot. As much movement as we're seeing, we're not moving a lot. So in this case, I want a decisive close above that level. Decisive close above this level for us to push it to that 693. If we treat this as resistance, I want it to break below these lows, get back below VWAP, and then get into that 691.66 and continue to accelerate to the downside, potentially targeting PML. All right. So that is a key zone that we do have for today. Let's see how things shape up. Good morning, folks on YouTube. Let's get the likes up. We got 30 people joining us. 8 likes. Let's get the likes up. Okay, let's get the likes up. Okay, gap close. I'm gonna wait until 10 a.m. today. No need to rush. There will be opportunities once I allow the range to spread out 100%. Take your time, guys. Take your time. All right, take your time. If you don't see what you like, don't touch it. You can throw a few feelers out there, have a lot of criteria, but just don't come right out the gate clicking buttons for no reason. That's the main thing, okay? That's the main thing. That is the main thing. So we're still trading in that orb. Still trading in that orb here. IW. It's really falling off a cliff. That 255 flat on IW would be interesting. Okay, 255 flat on IW. Nice retest that PMH on the Qs. Qs are making a solo trip to the upside, breaking out there. What's really fueling the Qs here? What's going? Okay, good morning. Okay, Google's up 1%, 1.2%. Liddy's up. Netflix, okay. Netflix, nice bounce off that 90. Hood down 3%. Nice size down due to ATH. That's a very smart idea, sizing down ATH. Okay, that's a very good protocol to have, guys. We're back above that daily open. Q's holding above that PMH. All we need now is the Dow. Okay, the Dow. The Dow's bounced off that PML, and we need the IWM. IWM can do what it wants. All right, but ideally, if we can recapture that PML, grab that PML, start pushing to the upside, that would be great. Okay, I want to see a closure above that zone. We'll be good to go. See, we get a nice closure. Okay, hold. Hold. And close. All right. And that kind of sets us up for that 5-minute orb as well. So you can see the VIX is not doing much, right? What it gets into this sticky situation. So there is a way to nice hold. If we can dip into it, I'll be there for it for the 692 calls. Dip into one more time. Dip into it. I can be there for it. I like that closure. Dip, dip, dip. Okay, I'll take the calls right there. Okay, so I'm in the calls here. My risk initially, I want us to hold that daily open. Okay, so tight risk to kick things off. All right, I want to see if we can hold the zone. If we can hold the zone right out the gate, that's going to be great. And we're at all-time highs already. So this is definition of buying high, selling higher. Okay, so first trade right here. If you did take this, manage accordingly. Know where your risk is. Make sure it's defined. Keep in mind, guys, this is for educational purposes. By no means am I telling you to take any trades. All right. This is for educational purposes. So let's see if we can stack on top of this. Continue to push the upside. Qs, wake up. Go, 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 Qs. If you can do that, that'd be great. You can see up 9, up 11. I'm taking my Jordan off right there at 14. Good, good, good. Up 15. Thank you very much. Up 20. There we go. There we go. Good, good, good. Down to runners. Up 22. Good, 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 good. I'm going to see if I can get this all the way into 693.09. Beautiful. Okay. So we talked about this game plan this morning. We needed the Qs to do a specific thing. Down to runners here. See if the runners can continue to run. Okay. See if the runners can continue to run. Did see 22. Targeting 693.09. 693.09. Anyone catch that? If you did, great job. If you didn't, match the game plan from this morning to what we're doing now. All right. So just I'm babysitting duty here. Babysitting duty here unless I see some sort of shooter on the 5. See if I can ride this thing into that 693. Okay. Why do I like this? This is not just an or break. So on paper, people would think this is just an or break. There's 3 zones, 3 levels here. So there's a key zone, right? And positioning to the or break, capitalizing off of that. Okay. I got it before you. Good, good, good. Good, good, good. All right. So just like that, guys, we just bounce back. Okay, just bounce back just like that. So, but if I'm taking some massive catastrophic losses, it doesn't matter what I do. All right. It doesn't matter what you do. If you take those catastrophic losses, it's very discouraging. Okay. And it's just learning. So 693 is the 693.09 are those key levels that I discussed, and then 695, and of course we have that upside target, that expected move to the upside. So as long as this 5 is holding up, I like how the Qs continue to go. If the down can course correct, that'd be great. My NC would be this initial entry here. See if there's a little more room here if it gets close below this. Again, if you did take this, manage accordingly. It did go 20% plus. Okay. From the time of entry, already went 50 cents. So 50 cents, we're moving about 32 cents per 5-minute candle. That's really good. Keep in mind, we do have a catalyst at 10 o'clock. We do have a catalyst at 10 o'clock. I like this 15-minute candle as well. The orb will be coming up in 2 minutes. If we can be above this by the time the orb comes up, that we can take that into a compound break possibly. As long as this 5-minute can stay bullish, I'll remain in runners. Okay. You see the VIX is not doing anything. So you have to know how to use the VIX. Okay, you have to know how to use the VIX for the folks who've been tuning in. So the ones who've been trading with me since the summer season, when we're making those all-time highs, or anytime we're making all-time highs consecutively, right? You now can see the power of paying attention, making those notes, because you can apply exactly what you learned. You don't have to relearn, okay? Because you already know. Unless proven otherwise, in all-time highs, just think of it like this. I used this analogy months back. When SPY is at all-time highs, okay, it's in no man's land. It's outer space. Okay. Take some more off right there at 25. Thank you very much. And 693 will be that last target. Up 30. All right. Go. All right. So when SPY is at all-time highs, think of us being out of space. All right. So all the rules that apply on Earth don't apply in space. The VIX is going to do its own thing. It doesn't apply to us. All right. So now we're going through the process of price discovery. What this means is the price has never, in the history of the stock market, the price has never been here before. All right. So now you get to see the process price goes through to create these levels, to engineer liquidity, to make these lows, to make these highs, and you see it in its natural element. All right. I like the cues were to tell today. All right. The cues were to tell. So great job. We did a great job of following the game plan. Okay. So the cues were to tell. That was the primary watch. All right. So in our game plan, we were discussing the importance of the cues. Can the cues lift us up? If they can, the Dow and IW can kind of stay where they are. They don't need to sell off aggressively. Stay where they are relatively, and that should be enough to take us over the top. We're at 693, guys. More all-time highs, up 31. TP where you need to. See if you can get above that 693. Let's see if we can reclaim that. Okay. So more. Beautiful job, Firefly. 30%. Beautiful job, Gary. All right. That's how we do it, guys. That's how we do it. If we can see some exhaustion at this point, this is a key level that I have. Okay, I have a certain way of making key levels at all-time highs. Okay. 100% hero. Now, what helps my FOMO? Yesterday I was feeling FOMO. Yesterday's dead, right? Yesterday's done. There's nothing I can do about it, right? What helps the FOMO is when other people are capitalizing off of it, right? So it's like, hey, you know what? At least one of our team members is in position, and that kind of reduces the FOMO. All right, so right out the gate, keep in mind, 10 o'clock, we do have a catalyst. We can't see a slowdown off this level. We did see 30% plus, already TP twice. See if I can squeeze a little more. Let me take a look at that. If that turns into a shooter, I'll close out. But why are we all of a sudden rejecting off this level? Okay. We've never been here before. There's a certain way I do those levels, guys. So there is a video in the chat somewhere in the video library on how to make your all-time highs, how to plot levels on all-time highs. When the market gives you no levels, there's a way to create levels. Okay. I'm going to close out right here. I don't want to give too much back. I'll close it right there at 19 on the last runner. So I did go to 30% plus. Came right to target. Can it get over it? Sure. But I don't want this to go back to ground zero and then fuel up. I'll just close it at 19. All right. So multiple TPs, first trade out at the gate. Worked out beautifully. That's about, we didn't see a lot. We didn't even see any drawdown, if any. Or if you did see drawdown, maybe less than 5%. That's already up 78 cents. Okay, 78 cents. Now we'll wait until after 10 o'clock. Okay, if you caught that trade, if you're green, keep in mind, you don't need to take another trade. You can be done. That's it. The work is done. Okay, that's it. You're up. Okay, you're up. You can be done. Okay, you're up. You can be done. 8% on calls. I didn't like buying higher here with very small position. Good. Did not feel comfortable going long at all-time highs since I think we never know what's going to happen. Yesterday, biggest loss today for me, minus 300. So seeing things go off, it does not help me with sentiment off. Yes, so even after a big loss, taking one day off or even sizing down is a good thing. But the main thing is if your plan this morning was not to take any trades, you didn't miss anything. If that makes sense. All right. So don't let the fact that you were following your rules create the illusion of FOMO. Okay, create the illusion of FOMO. So, okay, see if we can get back to that PMH. Come back and retest it. 10 o'clock in 10 minutes. We do have a red folded catalyst there. So all-time highs once again. This key zone will be key battleground. Key battleground here. And, of course, this key level, okay, I'm 99% certain, 99.9% certain not a lot of traders have this level here. 693, not 693, 693.09. And if we get above that, 693.82. Let's go take a look at our chart real quick. So what helped us this morning, guys? The Qs. The Qs gave us that lift, but we need the Dow to course correct. Okay, so see if the Dow can reclaim PML. But the Dow is selling off pretty aggressively, and IW is selling off pretty aggressively. If IW comes into that 255, things get interesting for a bounce. And look at that, guys. Look at that rejection just right off that level. So that's the TP. So our runway exactly was from here to there. Okay, that's the runway. All right, so 10 o'clock, let 10 o'clock pass. Okay, so these levels, you can use them as a TP, as an area to start clearing profits. Ideally, you want to be scaled out pretty much fully, unless if you want to exercise a little bit of greed to see if you can get above that level, which it can sometimes. A best practice using this methodology is to be there with runners. You want to secure majority at double digits, guys. All right. I know it might not sound as appealing, but trust me, always secure double digits first. Okay, secure. Once you can secure, I don't like to use the word risk-free, right? Then now you are, because there's no such thing as risk-free. You initially took the risk. Okay, now you are putting yourself in position to see if there's a little bit more juice in the lime. All right, if there's a little more meat on the bone. Because say, for instance, if I take this and I'm up 30% and I get greedy, I want more. Guess what? 30% evaporates. Now, 30% is gone. I have to hope for some sort of bounce here to get back to where I was. Why do I have to go through that ordeal when I can just take a majority off, take more runners off, and then assess this area for a new trade? I can even do that even with using half a position. Right? Name of the game is taking profits. Okay, taking profits is very important. You can't be profitable without taking profits. It's the root word of profitability is profit. Okay, securing some profit gives you a breather. Absolutely, right? And trust me, guys, when you're in profit and it goes down, it ebbs and flows with the full position, it really plays with your emotions over time. It takes a toll. You feel exhausted. The swings up and down, up and down, up and down. Right? You're gonna get burnt out. Okay. So we're jammed between these two areas. Let's see what takes place at 10 o'clock. Expectation for 10 a.m. My expectation, to be honest, I have no expectation. Right. But what I can anticipate is reactions. So reaction off of here, reaction off of here, reaction off of here. If we can get back into here, we can potentially reject it, right? If the market loves that data, it can break it, go to that next area. It can react off of here, back to the upside, back to the downside, react over here, back to the upside, back to the downside, right? So I have no expectation. I just want to just see the reaction. Okay, so that's how to answer that. Okay, smash the like button on YouTube, guys. Make sure to like the video, make sure to subscribe. So YouTube, there is a delay. All right, so if you want to capitalize off ideas and learn to trade for the first opening few minutes, higher probability setups, all right, you're going to have to join our community. That's all available there. Live training. And it's not just me who's taking these trades, guys. People are taking these trades not because I'm taking it, because it aligns with their risk, aligns with the things they look for, and they're just essentially using me as an indicator. All right, it's like a human indicator. Okay, so that's my expectation. All right, one thing is you can see who can see. Can someone tell me what they see? Can someone tell me what they see? Is there any pattern you might be seeing at the current moment? A little early, birth of a pattern. Right, you can kind of see. Okay, we got a low, we got a lower, we got a low, we got another low. Cool. We got a high, we got another high. Cool. We got a level that's awaiting us here. So we're using this current path. Okay, this is our current path. This is the current street we're taking to wherever we want to go. All right. So if we crack this support, push back the downside, it can lead back to this level. If we can't hold up, slice all the way back to downside. VWAP is all the way at a nice little bounce off the orb right here, 5-minute orb bounce. Okay, that's a textbook bounce off that orb. Right there, but very close to 10 o'clock. So let's see what does take place here. As far as the Qs continue to push forward. So what's really holding us back, guys, is the fact that Dow is just selling off aggressively. The Qs are showing up, but the Dow just disappeared. All right. So the one that's supposed to be reliable disappeared. But that's enough to push SPY. That's enough to push us to where we are. Okay. If the Dow is going to test that 200 EMA on the 5 at 493.22, if the Dow can course correct, Qs can continue to trend to the upside. That can take us over the top. All right. We're at POC on the 5 here. Look at the VIX. VIX has not moved. So don't be surprised. VIX has not moved. Smash the like button. Driftway Auto. Good morning, guys. Let us know where you're joining from. Well, let us know where you're joining from. I see a lot of people do have small businesses in their on their YouTube name. So big shout out to all the small business operators. All right. So one trade, you can be done. If you're done, great job. Let's see who's able to catch it. Let's go back. So this is for the camp of the people who said, we'll take a trade before 10 o'clock. If you're after 10 o'clock, right, you cannot feel FOMO. Okay, so that's just, it's almost like a synthetic FOMO. Okay, so don't let the market play that game. I got 20%, good. 30%, good. 35%, good. After 2 runners left. 8% on the call. Sold runner just in time. Okay, minus 14%. You did size down. Great job managing risk. That's what comes out. That 14% is tremendous. Securing some profit gives you a breather. Okay, flag volatility. Small drawdown is key. Another orb question. Do you take first candle above the break? So I don't trade the orb on its own. If you notice, I don't trade the orb on its own. I need the orb to align with the levels I already have. If it does, sometimes I can take it depending on what the pre-market activity is. If there's some momentum there already, that's already looking to brew. Say if we're showing strength, there's synchronized buying across the board, then I can take it because the orb is a momentum setup. But if the orb lines up with a bunch of other things I'm looking to take, then it just is there. And you'll notice that it happens to line up with a lot of things that I already take. So this, if someone doesn't have the levels that I have, this would be classified in their book as just the orb. Oh, this orb worked, but the context is not there. Right? That's the thing with back testing. The context is key. Right? The reason why I took this is not because of the orb. The reason why I took this is because this is a key zone, and the orb happened to be there. Right? So yes, if you took the orb, this is the 5-minute orb. That's your calling card. That's your time to shine. All right. The way you want to approach the orb, there's 3 entry models you want to apply when you do enter, and those entry models are conditional based on the environmental conditions, based on how much size you want to use as well. So it's not a one-size-fits-all entry. You need to know the 3 entry models on how to. Some people like to take the break, the initial interaction with the level. That's the ripple. Some people like to look for one, just in a nutshell, one level of confluence. That's the wave. Okay, there goes the data. There goes the data. Man, puts off of that 693.09. All right. Look at that. Those puts, but who's taking puts up here after that level? All right. Those puts are playing out nicely. What did we break here, guys? So we talked about we want to have a reaction. So that's how the market is reacting to the data. Let's watch the reaction before we look at the numbers. Okay, reaction over numbers, because the market can do whatever it wants based on the numbers. After we see the reaction, then we can say if the market is bullish or bearish. And that can change within minutes as well. So now let me pull that up. Let me pull that up real quick. The Dow's falling off a cliff here. So JOLTS numbers came in. Job openings. Previous reading 7.67 million. Forecast 7.61 million. Actual 7.15. So a significant miss on JOLTS. All right, so less job openings. All right, miss on the forecast, miss on the previous reading. And they did forecast the number to come lower than the previous reading, and it was a pretty significant miss there. We did get factory orders as well. That's a yellow folder. ISM services PMI, previous reading 52.6, forecast 52.2, actual 54.4. So ISM is survey based. Okay. All right. I'll put together a document or something in our group that goes over all the catalysts, not only defines it but really breaks down what they mean and how it impacts the economy and the market. All right. So I always say this: when you become a trader, okay, you're gonna turn into an unlicensed economist. Okay, you're gonna turn into a lot of these professions without a license. You're gonna be an economist. You're an analyst. You know the fundamentals. You have to learn all these things, but you just don't have a license to show for it. But you're more than capable of coming to the same conclusions any economist can come to. You're not classically trained. So maybe some of you are, right? But for just a regular person, all right, you can get an understanding of the economy. The better understanding you have of the macro picture, the more it's going to help you. Right? So don't only focus on the candles. Right? Continue to expand your knowledge. Dive into the fundamentals. Dive into the economy, GDP, ISM, CPI, PPI. What does it mean? PCE. What a breakdown here. And we're below this level here. We're triggering the other side of the orb. See if we can hold below it. VIX is starting to wake up here. A little injection of volatility. All-time highs. We did make those all-time highs. We do have a pretty significant drop awaiting us below this level. We continue to sell to the downside. We did give up that VWAP. Things can get interesting all the way down here. So initially, I want to filter out this being a trap. Are they gonna trap this and push them back the upside, or is this a legit break? That's question number one. If it is, I want to see some signs that suggest that we're bearish off that level. So what is fueling us here? ISM. Okay, ISM and JOLTS. ISM and JOLTS come in. But look, guys, we talked about price discovery, right? So coincidentally, before ISM and JOLTS, we pump into 693.09. ISM happens to drop. We happen to be at this testing the support. We break it, slice right through it. And now we're at these lows. So question is, do they want to grab these lows and head back the other way? And for it to be a decisive move, it needs to reclaim this key zone. Okay, so far off the open, we're kind of just moving sideways. But look at the technique, or look at the path price took to get to where it is in conjunction with the catalyst. Okay, so this is price study. All right, so even if you don't have a position, it's a great opportunity to learn the mechanics of how things work. IW and the Dow IW just fell off a cliff. I mean, it just completely ignored 255. It's just sliced right through 255 like it didn't exist. Okay, so what's really holding us back now is IW and the Dow. So what's holding us up, okay, is the Qs. If the Qs get back below PML, IW and the Dow continue to sell off, we can start to continue to slide. If Qs can hold up, especially the Dow needs to get back above that 200 EMA on the 5. If you can do that, there can be some signs of life. All right. To give you some context, this is what's going on. Okay, we have a new hourly candle top of the hour as well. This is what's going on SPY. This is where the Qs are. Nice little break on the Qs. And look at the Dow and look at IW. So the IW tested at 255 is right here, guys. This hourly candle, if this hourly candle can turn into a hammer, right? It's not decided yet. This hourly candle has 50 minutes left. That has that's a lifetime. Okay, if you're on the 5-minute chart, 1-minute chart, that's a lifetime. So it might look bearish currently because it's there, but it's only 7 minutes into its life. Okay, it still has 53 minutes left. So it has a long life ahead of it, this current candle. If it can shape up into being a hammer, what are we testing? This is an uptrend, coming to those waves, nice little hammer, wait that entire hour, drop down to the 30, to the 15, whatever entry I use, and see if you get a hammer. All right, where the waves are waving on all the time frames above the 15. Okay, you can use the 30, wait for that hammer. Primarily fueled by that 255. All right, but if you're on the 1 minute, okay, try to see if you can get an inverse head and shoulder off that level, get some sort of market structure shift, which will translate to a 2 down, 2 up on the higher time frame. Okay, so keep in mind, nice little bounce there. Keep in mind, this hammer candle, if we do candle math, there is such a thing. All right, I don't want to bore you with candle math. On the lower time frame, okay, what is a hammer on the lower time frame? So on the 1 minute time frame, okay. So let's say this on the 15-minute time frame. On the 15-minute time frame, or we'll say 10 minutes, just to make it on the 10-minute time frame. Two 5-minute candles. Okay, just to keep it simple. So 2 5-minute candles. These 2 5-minute candles. Okay, on the 5-minute, what are they going to translate to on the 10-minute? All right, so let's just say something like this. Okay, with a wick up there, something like that. On the 10 minutes, it's going to translate to a hammer. So, in your mind, or start practicing in your mind. Okay, what does a double bottom look like on the lower time frame? What does it look like on the higher time frame? Okay. A double bottom on a lower time frame, on a medium time frame, can translate to a hammer. Okay, nice little retrace reject. All right. I can see that they're trying to form that left shoulder, head, right, continue to push. I can see that. Main thing is we're kind of just contained within that 693, 691. We're trading below VWAP. So you get that nice little flag under VWAP. That'd be great. All right, in conjunction with this key zone. My 689 puts would like that very much. I want to see 688. 688 is all the way okay, and I can see that. So the next key level that I do have, guys, what I'm salivating over is a drop. Right, that is an opportunity that can await us, but it's not there yet. We need signs that show us that could potentially take place. So out the gate, we can see this is support off of what our key level. All right, so we can't refute the fact that this is support. Price comes into it twice, it bounces. So in this case, we need the support to break. If this support breaks, do you want to have your entry here, or do you want to take an entry into that support? Or if this support breaks, okay, where do you want to exist? Do you want to exist on the break? Do you want to exist on the potential retest? Is there always a retest? No. But there's surely a retest mean that level. Do you want to exist on the retest? Do you want to exist on that break and a potential compression? You want to wait for that first leg and then see if you can get that second leg to the downside. Okay? It's not just, hey, I wanted to do this. How do you want it to do it? And what things do you have in place to capitalize off of it? So in this case, the initial break, of course, and if we do get all the way there, we'll have the best entry. But you're front loading the risk. You're taking the most amount of risk. The safest entry, probably the retest or the first leg, get below all those waves decisively, create separation from VWAP, and then get that compression breakdown, bear flag. All right, that would be the best approach. The smart entry would be, hey, you know what? We did break here. See if we get a rejection off that key zone. Okay, second best entry would be, okay, do we have enough fuel off this rejection to let us slide to the downside? Okay. Okay, so that support is being put to being put to the test. So in this case, IW continues to push the downside. The Dow continues to push the downside on the 5. It's trying to wick off those lows, but it is trending to the downside on the 5. On the higher time frame, we know we are testing that 250 on the hourly, so we're below it currently. If the Qs start to show some signs of weakness, fail to hold above 624.79, that can potentially give us room to drop. VIX is heading north. We're not relying as much on the VIX, but it is heading north. If we drop down to the 1, if you want to be a 1 minute wave, all right, it's a nice retest of that wave. Look at that. So that lined up beautifully on the 1 minute. Okay. Also, orb army, you're going to be tasked with the decision to make an entry based off this level. Do you want to take the ripple? Are you going to be in the wave, or what camp are you going to be in? Okay. So it's going to come down to the support. Everyone is salivating over this. All right. That's a clear runway. We don't have a lot of levels in this area. Significant levels. There's always going to be levels, but significant levels in this area. It's almost like a frictionless drop. Okay. If you have your risk all the way at that VWAP, that's about 49 cents. Okay, if you implement the quad philosophy, okay, you can do a conservative risk about 16 cents. All right, you can do equilibrium 36 cents, and just wait for entry trigger. Okay. You're on a 5 minute close. Currently, the 5-minute candle is right there. Before you do all that, you have to define risk first. What is the risk? Okay, we're below POC. We're below VWAP. Okay, there we go. Let's start rocking and rolling. So you get that nice close on the 5. 30 seconds left on the 5-minute. If you're in position already, put me in the chat. If you took that VWAP projection, you're in the best position. VWAP projection lined up beautifully with here. So is that a coincidence that VWAP happened to be here? Okay, let me show you. Look, so VWAP happened to be there with the key zone. You see what like things just naturally line up. Okay. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Make sure to smash the like button on YouTube. We took one trade so far. Trade worked in our favor. We're looking for a second opportunity here. The IWM continues to fall off a cliff. IWM continues to fall off a cliff. If you're in those puts off of that break, you're doing well. Just manage accordingly. Make sure you define that risk. If you're waiting for that retest, you're on the sideline. If you're waiting for that compression, first leg compression for that second leg, you're waiting on the sideline. This is exclusively available to the ones who took the break or the ones who got the early entry out of that rejection. All right. Do you have to fall in love with this entire target? You don't need to. All right. Make sure you're paying yourself on the way down. Okay, on the way down. All right. So see if that continues to push. Beautiful job, Fire. IWM 25%. Let's go. There we go. So again, we can care less which way this thing goes. All right. So my job is to provide the analysis and try to put the whole team in position. 33%. Gary's on fire. There we go. All right, so multiple approaches. It's not just one size fits all. So if you watch a video and say, hey, you know what, this one candle will do the trick, understand its content. Okay? It's not that easy. It's not just one candle. There's multiple things that go into it. All right, multiple things. Multiple things that go into it. So I'll be on a team retest or team flag. Bear flag compression done for today. Beautiful job. There we go. 30% right there. Banger. There we go, guys. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Good, good, good. But look at this, guys. This is where smart money is, up here. Okay. So this level is not provided by there's no one has this level. Unless you have your level at every dollar increment. But this is slightly above that dollar increment. All right, there is a video on the Discord that goes over how to draw those levels at all-time highs. I done it a few months back. All right, there's a specific technique to it. Anyone else take that? If you took that on YouTube, put a $sign in the chat. If you took that on YouTube, put a $sign in the chat. Put a me in the chat. Okay. There we go. Whatever you do, make sure you have something to show for it. Anything can happen at any time. Don't get too greedy. The reason why I tell you not to get greedy, guys, is because there's more opportunities. You don't have to hold on to every trade for dear life. All right? So if you deep down believe there's more opportunities, that will kind of bring your level of greed down. Okay. Great job, Driftway Auto. 93% for Milton. So Milton probably got that early entry in this territory after that VWAP in that key zone. Beautiful job, Milton. That's the best entry. So getting it into the break. 36% for Lynn. 100%. All right. How about this? Be greedy to take profit. Okay. Be greedy and taking profit. Exercise your greed that way. 98% IW. Lynn and Turbo. You guys are just IWM tag team, right? Just crushing IWM. Okay, and if you look, what's starting to give? Okay, what's starting to give is the Qs went up, nothing else is following the Qs. So if the Qs start to show a little bit of weakness and everything else starts to sell off, that's going to really impact SPY to crack below these lows. And now that we're kind of out of the previous all-time, anything above 691.66 is all-time high territory until we establish real consistency above that level. Now the VIX is starting to somewhat course correct. Okay, we're kind of returning to some level of normalcy. After going into space, we're coming back down to earth. Okay, we're coming back down to earth. All right, 10 minutes left into first shift. I want to close out first shift. Green, whenever I do have red, my objective the next day, guys, is to be green. Right? Doesn't matter how many trades it takes. If it's 1, if it's 2, if it's 3, if it's 4, to close out green. So you want to put that behind you. It's just for your own psychology. Right? By any means necessary, try to avoid. Sometimes it happens. But try to avoid, just make sure it's just a blip on the radar. And then you're back to regularly scheduled program. IWM speaks to me. Yeah, keep rinse and repeat on IW, right? So it couldn't hold that 255. Waves are waving. Turns out to be a dead cat bounce, continues to drop. Okay, let's see. So we can see the Qs are starting to give, and look what's happening across the board. The Qs are starting to give here, right? The Qs are directional, but they're the only ones. Solo trip by the Qs. They're playing catch up. Bitcoin is getting a little concerning, guys. Bitcoin is getting a little concerning. Right? Frustrated. This is very frustrating for the Bitcoin community. All right, because you're desperate to get this thing back to 100K. But you know what's going to do, guys? It's going to take the path, the most frustrating path to get there. When all hope is lost, guess what? Bitcoin will get to 100K. When everyone is giving up on Bitcoin, that's when you should start getting interested. The point of interest is basically at the edge of everyone else's defeat. Let's see if this turns into a reclaim or retrace. Reject. 40% on Google swing overnight. Beautiful job. Okay, now we're starting to see some buyers coming in. See if it's a retrace, reject, or a reclaim. Beautiful, beautiful job. Smash the like button on YouTube, guys. Let's get the likes up on YouTube. If you're a first-time viewer, make sure to continue to tune in. Okay, retrace, reject. They're paying retrace, reject as well. Okay, that's maybe up 8 to 12% right there. All right. The poll question for today. Poll question for today is, does SPY continue to 695 or pull back to 685? Okay, that's the poll question. So 57% of you say 695. 43% of you say 685. 685 is drastic, of course. Right, that's another $5 drop. But that's going off of what we potentially do see. So remember what we talked about in the pre-market game plan, guys? That phenomenon that continues to occur. Right, that's still in play, but that needs to be coming midday, end of day type of idea. Okay, so let me reiterate that real quick. Game plan chart, I should say. Game plan chart real quick. Where's my game plan chart? Okay. It's a nice little retrace reject. Let's go to the game plan chart real quick. Okay, here. So this is a test zone. For me, there's a test zone. We haven't declared victory above it. The expected move is 694.11. There's a test zone, no separation. So This is why you need to be tuning in the pre-market, guys. I've been saying it from the very beginning. The live is just how well can we execute the game plan. The game plan formation takes place, of course, it takes place before the pre-market show. But by the time we do the pre-market prep, right, we have a working game plan, right? And now it just depends on how well do we follow the game plan. Okay, that's how well do we stick to the plan regardless of what we see. Not sticking to it blindly, but sticking to it if it's still aligned. So now this is this test zone. We declare this a test zone. We're riding those EMAs to the upside. We did push all the way into that 693.09 to a T. We rejected off of that. But what we tend to see is the very next day, very few next days after making all-time highs, especially if it's not synchronized all-time highs across the board, meaning all 4 indexes are at the all-time highs. What we tend to see, guys, is we drop back to downside. Right, so does that manifest itself? If we fast forward, a lot of catalysts have to take are on the clock from now to Friday. If we fast forward to Friday, right, will this be the point that turns out to be something like this? Keep in mind, everything in hindsight makes sense, but you have to have the foresight to have hindsight. So if you believe that, if you're building a thesis around that, what are the parameters? What is the criteria that needs to be filled for you to engage? What things do you need to see? All right. One thing is we're probably diverging up here. See if I can throw that RSI, right? Divergence. Okay. We got divergence up there. Okay. So the divergence is very simple, nothing complicated. RSI, or you can use MACD. Okay. RSI made a higher high. Made a high, equal highs, lower high here than this one. This one is sponsored by Dr. Jones, one of our previous captains. This is his indicator. Blends RSI and TTM squeeze. All right, but we are diverging. If you throw the RSI on the chart, right, you'll see that we're making a higher high, higher high. So we're seeing some sort of bearish divergence or hidden divergence. Right, so we're seeing that take place up there. Okay, so if you notice, there wasn't an area where I did have a rejection zone. I just had, this is the rejection zone, but it's more of a test zone. I elaborated more on that in the pre-market prep show. But we have a bunch of bounce zones. Why we're in an uptrend. Okay, so keep that in mind. Now we're just kind of sticking out, hanging out by that 691.66. 7 minutes away from the conclusion of first shift. Let's get the likes up on YouTube, guys. Smash the like button. We can easily get 40 likes in an hour. We're at 17 likes. Our goal is 30. Okay, let's get 30 likes. All right. If you're enjoying the content, if you want to support the channel, there's ways to do that. You can join the refill my coffee subscribers. All right. That shows support to the channel. If you're looking to level up, join our team, our SPY Strikers team. Access all the resources to be in position to capitalize off ideas like this every day. Okay. The link is in the description to join our community. All right. We'll go over that at 11:30. Okay, so let this shift close out. My prime objective coming to the day is into first shift is green on first shift. Okay, so now I can psychologically put behind what took place yesterday. If you did miss what took place yesterday, go back and watch that episode. Okay, so it took 5, got stopped out 5 times. So long time since I got stopped out 5 times in a row, but it happens. But how do we act in that environment? Did that lead us to go down the path we want to avoid? How do we manage those? That's going to count, guys. How do you manage risk? All of a sudden, if you take 2, 3, 4 losses, do you expand your risk just to be right? Or are you just taking those losses independently and treating them as independent ideas? Okay, the odds will go back in your favor. The odds will swing. All right? So the first thing I'm going to do is turn into a reclaim here, possibly trying to gravitate back towards VWAP. The first thing you're going to do after a red day is get a low-hanging fruit setup to get you back to green. And if it means ending the day, keep in mind, we have how many days? I have the counter on the game plan here. Okay. I put a counter here just to emphasize the importance. How many days do we have, guys? We're at day 4 out of 252. Okay. We're at day 4 at 2 out of 252. All right, so we're still early. So don't let it turn into a streak. It's not going to be a streak unless it's 2. A streak is 2 or greater. All right? Your ability to bounce back is very, very important. Okay? So now first shift is behind us. Big thing is we did get ISM data this morning. Not ISM. We did get ADP data this morning. Right after that at 10 o'clock, we got ISM and JOLTS. So the protocol for our team is you either trade before 10 o'clock or wait until the dust settles after 10 o'clock. So the ones before 10 o'clock, they're probably looking for this setup. They capitalize off of this, that first idea. The ones after 10 o'clock, we're able to capitalize off this retrace reject and the walkthrough of this breakdown in real time. Okay, so now we're in second shift. Second shift is complete. It's concluded. Make notes of what you did in first shift. How many trades did you take? If you're green, if you're red, if you're yellow. And if you're green, you have the right to stop. You have the right to say, I'm done. Okay? Structurally, we do have that nice little flag. You don't need to trade until you lose. Okay? Eventually, you'll lose. All right? The market is not in the business of giving you profits. It's not going to give back the profits it took. You got to earn everything. Okay, so we'll see how that plays out. 691.11 potential grab there. Let's see if we're still trending to the downside across the indexes for the Qs and spot for the IWM and IWM, the Dow and SPY. At least on the 15, we're creating pretty significant separation away from that PML on the Dow and IWM. PML on SPY is yet to come to fruition. It's at that 690. So this level not only is these two levels, it's also PML. Okay, also PML. All right, so make sure to like the video on YouTube. Make sure to subscribe and check out the short video that goes over the features of our community. For the folks on YouTube, if you're looking to join, use the code TRIAL30. Okay, TRIAL30. The link is pinned in the description. We'll see you on the other side.
Tired of wasting hours staring at charts, over-analyzing trades, and still ending the day with inconsistent results? You're not alone. That's exactly why the SPY Strikers Trading Mentorship Discord community was created. Here, you can trade just one ticker for 1 hour and make strides towards consistent results. Join the SPY Strikers community and get daily live trading, market game plan level ability buy and sell zones, over 4 hours of delay-free, ad-free live trading and training, plus high win rate trade alerts, automated technicals that simplify charts, and full access to my strategies and indicators. This isn't a signal service. It's a community focused on process over profits, giving you all the resources, guidance, and training to help you succeed. You'll also get a full watch list, 1,500 plus hours of live trading videos, courses, an educational library, ebooks, and dedicated support. Stop guessing. Start trading with confidence. Become a SPY Striker today, and take your trading to the next level.
Okay, so beautiful job, Carla. So folks on YouTube, we're back on this other side. So if you want to join SPY Strikers, you're in our Discord, you're in position to capitalize off those opportunities. So I did get a good question in the chat. The question is, after a red day, what setup do you take next? What is a high probability setup you can take? All right, so after a red day, the question is, after a red day, okay, maybe your confidence could be a little shaken. Maybe you're mentally exhausted. Maybe you're a little frustrated. So when the next day appears, red day, okay, when the next day appears, okay, it's a clean slate. Okay, so what happens, that's why a lot of the mantras that I do say out loud, guys, I say it sometimes selfishly to remind myself as well. So literally what happened yesterday has to stay here. Any elements of doubt, fear, anxiousness from here follow you into here, it will impact your trading. And it will create hesitation. So the very next day, okay, the very next day after red day, which is up for grabs, from a mindset approach, right? You have to just let this be here. Okay, you have to just let it be there. Right, it's very easy to do, right? Some of it is going to try to come in, okay? The reality is a little bit of it is going to be lingering, whether it's confidence, whether it's you have a little bit of hesitation to pull the trigger, a little bit is going to be lingering. It's going to come out. That's the honest truth. We're human beings. So on this very day, the setups you want to take are your textbook setups. And those setups, you can't choose if those setups are showing up or not. They have to present themselves to you. So it's not you're having this green mentality and saying, I'm going to be green today, and force that green mentality onto the market. Okay? It's not you're taking your mentality and applying it to the market, and then the market takes you to green. It's the opposite way. So now, what are some setups you want to look for? So the setup itself is going to lead you to the green. But first things first, from a psychological standpoint, this has to stay. Do your best to leave this in the prior day. If any elements of this try to creep in, it's going to slow you down. So we're going to factor in, say, 10% of what took place the prior day just seeps in. We're human beings. We're not robots. That might impact your hesitation. That might impact your ability to maybe enter a trade. A little bit of hesitation. That little tiny hesitation might just delay you by a few milliseconds. All right, so the setups you want to look for is, first of all, say if you trade the orb, you want to trade everything the same way, guys. There's no secret magic to say this is going to take you to where you need to take. It's going to take you somewhere else. There's no special setup. Is if the market conditions, if you see your setup, your high probability setup, then you just need to allocate the risk. Define the risk, allocate the risk. Eventually the odds will play in your favor. So I would say this is more of a mental thing. So if you trade the orb, say if it's a simple as if it's a strategy like the orb, right? So your ultimate goal after red day is to get to green. You're going to do the best you can to get there. Can you get there all the time? No. That's your primary objective. All right, so say the orb setup comes up. Okay, so the orb setup comes up, it breaks above the highs. Everything you look for is lining up. Your A+ criteria is lining up. You have to take it. You have to take it. For the sake of confidence, there's things you can put in place to reduce your level of anxiousness. Maybe you can size down and rebuild. All right, but you're gonna have to take it. So there isn't a special list of setups that you just take when you're in drawdown, and a special list of setups you take when you're break even, or a special list of setups you take when you're in green. Is having those handful of setups that you have in your pocket and seeing which one presents the opportunity based on the market activity, and then applying the probability, applying the risk. So some things you can put in place is between the ears, that's psychology, and sizing down to ensure that you're not hesitant. Right? even if it's sizing down 50%. Say if you trade 10 contracts, you're going down all the way to 5. If it's 4 contracts, you go to 2. Just to get green. Or even break even. Or small red. So now, going the following day, right, you're not coming from green. You're not coming from red, you're coming from green. Different mindset. And then maybe size back up if you're comfortable. Whatever you need to do to ensure your confidence remains intact. And that's my honest answer. All right. So there's no special list of setups you can take depending on where you are on your P&L curve, but it's just more of the mentality. It's more of what the market is offering you. And if there is no setup, say if the orb shows up, but you're having A+ criteria that you want to follow to take the orb, and the A+ criteria is not met, this day you do nothing. I'd rather you do nothing than try to chase something. Okay, this day you do nothing. I'd rather you do nothing. Literally nothing is better than red. Because now, going into the third day, you're coming from nothing. You're not coming from red. Okay, so trying your best not to let it turn into a losing streak. Okay, because when the pressure is applied to you, to your account, to your mentality, right? The pressure is being applied. There's a tendency for a lot of traders to start crumbling. And things just start getting out of control. So have those protocols in place, okay? Red the prior day, sizing down. This is the setup I'm going to look for. If I can get green on this setup, great. If I get red on the setup, okay, it's a little less red. Now, where am I mentally? Right, just making sure their confidence is always intact. It can't be too high, can't be too low, but you're always thinking for the next day, for the next trading day. How are you going to position yourself? All right, so all you can do really, look at that spike there. All you can do really is size down, continue to trade the setups, and just I'll take it from there. So my primary objective today is, I like what the Qs are. I laid out the thesis. In this case, if I get stopped out, I know where my risk is. Then I look for another. I have to apply risk again, guys. There's no magic, or there's no different setups I'm using. It's the same setups, but I want to ensure that my execution is better. I want to ensure that I'm not tied to what took place yesterday, and treating each trade independently. And now that'll give you the best bet. Okay. So I got to get caught up in the chat. First shift 2 trades up 20%. Good. So if you're done the day, put done in the chat. Nice rejection on VWAP. Nice PML grab. That's coming from someone who's had real bad weeks. Let me get caught up a little bit. After big loss, my suggestion is to get off the charts. It sounds terrible to have to take a loss and walk away, but you're actually walking 100%. I agree with that, Sancho. A nice graph, still in calls, holding only one runner at this point. We'll cut if head back to VWAP. That was a crazy candle there. Yeah, sometimes like these guys, they just happen. All right, sometimes you can get caught up in one of these, but you'll notice these reactions take place sometimes off of those levels. But the degree to the reaction, once in a while they throw this at us. A lot of manipulation. That's just manipulation there, just a shakeout. So they're shaking out the calls, they're shaking out the puts. It's just basically a reset. They're shaking out the longs, shaking out the shorts. Had a show 74% on XPX. Beautiful job. Sees the TW had a wow. That's what it looked like. More like 92%, but it was so fast I didn't see it. Yeah, that was a crazy drop to scare people off. Fake out 100%, re-engage if calls at view up, reclaim. Caught that flush and puts. Beautiful job, thesis. Right, look at the flush, right? The flush is right off of that key zone. All right, and look, I mean, you can see the algo. This is price discovery textbook. So you don't have to necessarily trade it, but take notes. So it grabs, so it pumps, comes into this key zone, rejects, grabs first shift lows, pumps. We see this basically take place all the time, right? But to the degree as it's playing out, the conditions is different. We're at all-time highs. We're in a different position. But sometimes just take a back seat. Don't have to have the position. Just pay attention to the interaction with the levels. Beautiful job. Break even right now. Gotta have a thesis 100%. 100%. Got me green finally. 100%. Lynn doesn't reach our stop loss. 30%. Probably warning with IWM downdraft. George another downdraft possible at 255. It's right at 255 and testing VWAP. So IWM is right at 255, testing VWAP. I mean, this is resistance until proven otherwise. I'll take a look at the hourly. On IW, let's go back to IW real quick. Okay, let's take a look at the hourly. Work from the hourly. Okay, so we talked about the hourly. The hourly has 14 minutes left, so this is going to be critical. So what we do know is going into the next hour, if you're going to play a bigger picture, further data contracts, the next hour, okay, the next hour, we know we're going to open up inside. We're going to right out the gate consolidation. Okay, that's what we know on the hourly, unless we completely get all the way up here, and then the next hour trigger those highs once we get above 255. On the lower time frame, let's drop down to the 30. Okay, we're bouncing off that 50 EMA, testing VWAP on the 15. Inside the 15, nice little reversal on the 15. Can we continue on the 5? Okay, so what does it look like on the 5, guys? This looks like, to me, resistance until proven otherwise. Okay, meaning we broke below it significantly. We broke below it aggressively. We're under VWAP. We're under 255. And now the bulls have to do more work getting above it than the bears. They establish control here. So if you're taking this to the downside, your risk will be a reclaim. If you're taking it to the upside, you're on a declaration above that level. Now if we drop down to the 1, you can see it a little more clearly. We can start to see nice little potential flag, right? Upward compression, right? You can see it. So why is this a textbook continuation pattern? Right? Where's our leg? We need a leg. What are we continuing here? Accumulate, accumulate, accumulate. Come into this territory. Say you use 255 and VWAP as entry. You get that rejection. You're already in some green. If you're still waiting for an entry, maybe you're waiting for that break of the support, right? But unless it gets above VWAP, reclaims 255, there's lean towards the downside. Right? We can't discount the fact that we do have this leg. So if I'm looking to be bullish, right? I'm looking to be bullish. It's either I'm possibly in on an early reversal, or I want this support to hold up and lead us back above 255, back above VWAP. Right? So of course this is just a retrace reject. So that's my thoughts on IW. Good, good, good. The chop above VWAP and reaching back to showing some uncertainty. Yeah, we're hugging a lot of those VWAPs. See if it turns into a magnet type of day. Possibly. Protecting half. Beautiful job. I need IWM 255 before even thinking about the upside. So again, have that line in the sand. Right? So we do have a new hourly candle coming in about 11 minutes. How are we doing on YouTube, guys? Make sure to like the video on YouTube. She's now fallen. No up. Continuation. Up 30 candle. We may have had liquidity grab. Absolutely. I do see that grab. That was a beautiful grab. Very sneaky grab. This is one of our textbook setups as well. Right. So let me know if that answered your question. I did the best of my ability to answer that question, Kevin. Okay. We're back above VWAP. Okay, we're back above VWAP now. Back above VWAP. Back above VWAP. Now the Qs are continuing to push. Qs are continuing to push. I'll let you guys know if IW gets back above VWAP here. Keep a close eye on it. Okay. VIX is still relatively hugging that 15. Hugging that 15. Let's get the likes up on YouTube, guys. Let's get the likes up. Likes up. Just one trade today. One trade today. I'm looking to exist on the edges, right? This is leading towards being a magnet day. We already had a massive run up yesterday, so we did grab those lows. I want to see how we interact with those highs. So in this case, if you take this breakdown here, right, there's plenty of room to take profit. If you're greedy, you're going to take it all the way here. You either get stopped out or you get wiped out. Okay, so you can have elaborate targets, guys. You can have elaborate targets, but you need to define that risk. Do I suggest it? Is it best practice for me? No, I need to collect the profit. Okay, profit collection is important. All right, nice reclaim there, Hero. Okay, 20%. Beautiful job, Gary. Gary's crushing it. Now we'll do a end of stream poll at 11:30. If you're green, right, you can end trading. You can end your day. You size down if you need to. Nice reclaim. That was a nice reclaim there. Back above PMH. And good job on, I believe you got stopped out, then you decided to re-engage. Right, so that's great management, guys. Great management, Hero. Okay, let's see. IW still chopping around there. Okay, look at this. How's this hourly candle looking on SPY? So what does this look like it just did, right? It just looks like it just dumped. Grabbed the lows. We know on the 1 minute time frame, on the lower time frames intraday, it grabbed first shift's lows. After grabbing first shift's lows happen to line up with that 20 EMA on the hourly. Come back and retest this zone. So this zone, right, we declare this a test zone. So we can see buyers are protecting the zone. Right. All I'm really looking for, to be honest, is just a sufficient separation. The separation is fine. If we can get above 693 and some change, right? So what I mean by separation is just kind of just separate away from it so it can be a legitimate pullback. That can be then it turns into a bound zone. Right? If you see what I'm saying. All right, the expected move for today is 694.11. Expected downside move is 689.51. So let's see if we can even reach into that expected move. But so far, okay, we're holding up above it. Can we hold for the entirety of the day? Above this 690.81, 691.67. Got 2 trades minus 15, but still green. Good, good, good. That's all credit to your risk management. Good, good, good. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, subscribe, guys. Our goal is to get to 2,700 subs by the end of the week. We can get it done. So help us get there. I'm going to need your help on YouTube. Let's get there. That's the next psychological level. And of course, that 3K is awaiting us. All right. There isn't much to do for me here. If you can take the retest, separation retest off this key zone. Don't want it to go double top up here. Right. So kind of just at the middle of the range. Doji, somewhat of a doji on the daily. This is leaning towards being if there's a magnet type of day, we know what to look for. All right, but the clean moves took place first shift. So first shift, clean moves, couple of decent moves in second shift. That massive manipulation. I'm glad that no one took significant, major, catastrophic losses in this territory. But sometimes this takes place. This is uncontrollable. We haven't seen this in quite some time, but these do happen. And if you do get caught in this is chalked up to outlier type of loss. All right, it happens. All right, there's no way to avoid something like this. Sometimes it just gets thrown into the equation. So your outlier wins should cover these outlier losses. So all the times you got those massive wins should cover this. If that makes sense. All right, just a slow grind. I can see that slowly grinding there. Hero. See if you can get that hold. If you can hold PML, there's a good chance he wants to seek that 692.80. That 5 minute ideally holds 692.43. Currently, if you can hold that, above that PMH, still above that PMH. The IWM is right at that 255. Again, guys, make sure to like the video on YouTube. Make sure to subscribe. Okay, make sure to subscribe. And if you're on a boot camp, we'll talk about all the offers that we have at 11:30. Okay, so the boot camp, I am doing a last sale on the boot camp to fill out the boot camp here. Okay, so if you're interested in the boot camp, so this is a great time to take advantage. If you haven't signed up already, use the code LAST, LAST, all caps. Use the code LAST. Save 20%. We have a boot camp this Saturday. Okay. And you know what? I'll probably have one more trade in me. One more trade. You know what? I'll do the right thing. I'll do this. I'll be done. Okay. Done. We'll continue to provide the commentary, analysis, but I'll be done. Right? Just to protect and get back in the right direction. We'll be done for the day. All right, Mike. Is expect to move on the chart. The daily. Okay. Great job, Hero. Again, nice reclaim, re-engage. PML hold, the PMH holding. Look at the 5. 5 is looking good, right? It is a slugfest. A lot of back and forth. Take profit as it goes up. Just the best thing to be is a babysitter, right? Babysitting runners in green is the best thing after taking profits. That's the best feeling. All right, babysitting a full position, right? There's a lot of anxiousness tied to that, especially if you have some significant size behind it. All right, you did your work, take some profits off, get compensated. Is the expected move on the chart the daily one or weekly? This is the daily expected move. Okay, not the weekly, the daily. The weekly expected move, I can get that for you if you want. Just let me know. Okay, so we're basically, so you see this candle here, this manipulation candle. So all the longs here just got stopped out, and the shorts also got stopped out. The only way not to get stopped out here is not have a stop loss. Right, and you can get away with it. But eventually not having a stop loss will catch up to you. That's not sustainable. Okay. Beautiful job, beautiful management, hero. I like how you re-engaged. Okay. A weekly expected move. Okay, let me get that for you. Expected move on the weekly. Uh, 697.25. The upside, 688.01. 697.25, 688.01. This is based on the options. It doesn't mean we need to get there. Okay, so with expected moves, it doesn't mean we need to get there 100%. It's just something you can, a level you can have on your chart. My stop loss is the moment I feel hope. That's also good too, right? When you get too euphoric, hopeful, and then it just crumbles. Hope will destroy you in this binary environment 100%. Ones and zeros, up and down. So just one trade for me today. My primary objective is to get back to green side. All right, so we'll continue to provide the commentary, continue to go over everything, but not looking to click any more buttons. Okay, I was trading some scalping gold late yesterday. Got a nice little drop on gold. See if I can even pull up gold. See, let's have the chart still. I gotta log in. I'll pull up another chart. 1 second. Gold. The setup on gold was nice. Retrace, reject, 50% retrace. Show you right here. Give me 1 second. All right, let's break that down. SPY's trying to get back into new all-time highs. So back-to-back days, all-time highs on SPY. So gold. So what was I seeing on gold? So gold, textbook setup. Same setup, guys. Okay. Same setup. Nothing changes. Nothing changes. Okay. All right. 50% retrace. All right. So gold. Okay. Broke below the daily downside breaker. Comes into 50% retrace. Once it does come into 50% retrace, what do we get? Nice little upward compression. Textbook setup. We'll retest that VWAP, high confluence. Okay. This is the setup. Back to those lows, and then taking some profits there at these lows, and then closing out there. So very, very simple. Okay, just more of, you just allocate the risk. The risk is defined. Have partials here, and then close a position here. This is the go. I mean, it continued to go. I mean, it went all the way for like close to 40 points, and this is micros. If you trade gold, if you trade the minis on gold, good, just absolute monster. Right, that moves like a. If you think NQ, ES move, especially NQ moves, the minis move, try gold. All right, that is a monster. So that's a quick way to either make a lot or lose a lot very quickly. All right, so opted for that textbook setup there. All right, saw that we took that downside breaker out, retrace, reject, comes into it. What is my invalidation marker? If it continues to go all the way up, if it reclaims it, I'm out, because now it's going to try to go engulfing. All right, so this is kind of a set it and forget it type of trade. And now is near like 10:30, 11 o'clock. All right, so yeah, around 10 o'clock, 10:30ish. Okay. $10.30ish there. So gold. The ES and NQ were moving there, and during Asia they weren't moving nicely. It was just horrible movement. So gold is typically clean during that time. So if it's directional, you can get those clean moves on gold. Spy said, what data in here? No data. GLD and S broke me on top step. I had to stop out and get back to NQ. Made nothing. Yeah, gold is a different monster, guys. Gold is a different monster. You can give it a try. I mean, you can get one of these funded accounts and give it a try. Worst case scenario. Or just log into paper trading on TradingView itself and give it a shot to see the movement, to gauge the movement. But it moves. The moves are crazy, to say the least. So you can be very right, very, very right, or very, very wrong. When gold was making that run up a few months ago, I did spend some time scalping gold, right? And it takes a lot of mental capital, and that kind of bled into my day trading. I was tired in the morning. And that was the period where I was taking if you guys notice, I was taking a little more trades. Right, I was kind of hovering between that 8 to 12 trades per day, because my brain is used to scalping at nighttime. Then you come to the option side and you kind of start slowly pivoting away from the things you're doing. Right, so when I noticed that, I said, hey, you know what? It's not sustainable. Right, it's not sustainable. Something has to give. Paper trading, real money is different, 100%. If you haven't traded gold, it's just to get a feel for gold, right? Because trust me, if you have a live account, you go and you want to say, I want to go try trading gold, okay, you'll see for yourself, right, how quickly that thing moves, and how much ground it covers. Okay, so you get a retest of that zone. Support lines up with that. So gold, you're moving about $100 per dollar. So $10 per tick. $100 per dollar per contract. So at a 50 delta options, okay, 50 delta, right? Options, okay. They move per dollar. They move about $45 to $55, $45 to $65. But if everything is ideal, $50 per dollar. So gold moves twice. Is 2 times the volatility of options. And gold has a massive ATR as well. All right, so massive ATR on gold as well. IW still rejecting out that 255, right? It's putting some pressure on that resistance. We're seeing some little bit of a pullback on Qs. Qs are leading the way. Qs are what's holding things up right now. If we take a look at the Qs, we got that breakout that we wanted. Let me take off the EMAs for a second, right? So that doesn't become the primary focus. But here we go. Okay, finally, it's about time. Rejection. However you have it, from here to here to there, whichever way. And now the Qs are coming into this pretty pivotal resistance territory. Right, it's not going to be a walk in the park for the Qs to get above this area with minimal hesitation. Can it do it? It does have a catalyst. Can it do it by today? I would assign it a low probability that it does get into 630 and beyond by today. That's a $4 move on top of what it already made. But this is going to be critical. So now it's coming into this rejection zone. Right, so we can see the prior times that it did come into this territory, it did see a little bit of weakness. All right, but the main thing is at least a breakout is there. So you can draw a couple of conclusions, or you can come to a couple of conclusions. If the Qs continue to accelerate, right, as they're in this rejection zone, if we can pull back into this territory here, 625, that can be somewhat of a pullback after that break. If we can pull back a little deeper, come into this support, that can kind of justify that break and retest, right? So I'm anticipating potentially some slowdown the closer we get to that top. If we're very bullish on the Qs, continue to accelerate, and we're able to get above 630 by the end of the day, right? If you believe that the Qs are going to be bullish all day, okay, your task now becomes just ride the EMAs. You become a wave rider because the Qs are pushing to the upside. All right, so you jump over to this chart and you just become a wave rider. Okay, you just become a wave rider, drop down to the 1, drop down to the 5. All right, wave principles apply. So we can see the Qs bounce off VWAP, bounce off VWAP, bounce off VWAP. So we're above VWAP. A little bit of healthier pullback would be that 5. Okay, and then there you go. So see if you can ride the wave if you like the Qs. If you're looking for something bullish, the Qs are the one. Okay. Qs are the one. So structurally, the shallowest retest, if you want to be patient, 625, 69, 625, 70 territory. What lines up? First shift highs along with this 9 EMA, 2 points of confluence. How does that look on the 1? This is what it looks like. So we even broke it here. So we came into, we broke, boom, retest, bounce. So this is turning to support. All right, this is turning to support. All right, so it's either you use that structural level or you just would ride the wave. Okay, if you think it's overextended and you think it's going to be continued sell-off across the board, map out a key level using the principles and see who wants to gravitate back towards VWAP. So there's something for everyone to do. All right, it just depends on from which perspective you're looking at things. Obviously, things are more favorable to the upside. We're trending to the upside. So if you want to go with the trend, if you want to build a relationship with the trend, you want to become friends with the trend. You're looking for drops for pops. Okay? If you're a counter trend, you're looking for potential highs that can lead to drops into failed pops for continued drop. All right? So that's what both participation groups are tasked with. Right now, we're just trading between this key zone and this key level up here. We are not too far away from ATH. The ideas for today, of course, we took the first one. Second one, we walked through it in real time. We talked about all the potential entry models that can potentially come into play. This leads all the way to those highs. Okay. About a 30% appreciation. We did see on the runners there. 3 TPs, 14, 25, 19, and then this one here. So there's multiple ways to approach it. Of course, the early entries there, the structural breakdown entries here. Okay. That gave about 57, close to 60 cent opportunity. If you took the retrace reject, that's maybe scalpable. Didn't lead to a break. And then, of course, we had this massive push up and push down. All right. So if you were able to, you need to be a sniper to catch this. Right. But this is the first shift grab. This is the ultimate opportunity. This is where the algos and smart money entry is right here. Right. And this meets the criteria of a setup we take on a majority of the days. We see that setup. Okay. We see that setup. Okay, we see that setup. How are we doing so far, team? Can clearly see buyers as blue now turn to support. Tweezer bottom on the 30. Yeah, nice little support there. Tweezer bottom. Good, good, good. Are you still in the runners, or you're all out? I think you had that above view up in this territory. You're all great job. What's up, George? Can you tell us about your trading platform? So this is TradingView. Are you talking about the trading platform I'm using to chart, or the platform that we have in our Discord that we're building? The reason why the bot blocked the message is because all caps. All caps. The bot thinks all caps are spam. Okay, so that's why. All right, so we're moments away from second shift. We are moments away from second shift. First shift in the books. Second shift coming up. So this is what it looks like on the hourly. So the hourly is looking to go 3 up. The hourly is looking to go engulfing. All right, so once that equilibrium was taken out, the equilibrium is near this territory, reclaim this territory. Now do we have enough fuel to go 3 up? Because in the next 12 minutes, we're going to get a new bottom of the hour candle. And wherever this high is, we have a chance to go 2 down, 2 up. Or if we continue to pump for the next 12 minutes, we have a chance to go 3, 2 continuation. Into where? Into a new stratosphere, more all-time highs. Okay. If we take a look at the 15 on SPY, just from a price action standpoint, just structurally, excluding everything else, let's do it the same way. I'll remove drawings. Okay. So where are we? So there's yesterday's action. All right. Yesterday's action is there. We take out the other upside breaker. We take out the other upside breaker. Okay. Do we even get near 50% retrace? No, we don't. So this is still bullish. If you're applying that smart money type of thinking, okay, this would all be premium. So you're looking to take this to the downside. If you're just looking for textbook directional line of thinking, this is bullish. If you're thinking trend, this is bullish. So the healthiest entry, the healthiest pullback, like a pretty significant pullback, would be the drop into this equilibrium and then a bounce. Right, so this is going to be the, do we get the chance of us getting there? Is we have to get by a lot of levels, but as long as we're above this, okay, we're leaning towards to the upside as far as which way the market is going. It doesn't mean you can't take things to the downside in pursuit of this. All right, just that's where we are in relation to the prior day. All right, so all-time highs, back-to-back days of all-time highs. All right, so 2 all-time highs out of 4. Is it day 4? Yeah, day 4 out of 4 days. Okay, 4 trading days in the month of in 2026. Out of those 4 days, 2 of them all-time high. Now on the 15, we're starting to push the downside. Okay, after going shooter. Okay, we haven't had any closes above these highs. You can see we made pushes into those highs, but this is like a Wickville, okay? Just wicks, 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 wicks. All right, so we're seeing a lot of wicks. So if we're rejecting off this area, this rejection doesn't mean anything unless we can break below that daily upside breaker. That's where the real move is. Okay, that's what the sellers want to see. But in between, what do we have here? We have that 50%. We have that key zone. So again, it's going to come down to that key zone. So in this case, guys, this is turning out to be a textbook magnet type of day. So magnet setups are the best way to approach it until proven otherwise. Okay, anything from the magnet to the outside, to the outskirts, anything from the outskirts back to that magnet. Okay, this kind of just throws a wrench at this support. But you can see we can't exclude this. But if we chalk this up to manipulation, which is still important, but you can see the relative path we're taking to the upside. But I'll take it off to make it fair. All right, because we don't want to cherry pick what lows we pick. Right, we don't want to get into the habit of doing that. Discounting certain lows to satisfy a certain pattern. So this is the low. You can ignore it if you want, but this is the low. One trade for the day. Beautiful job. 33 cents. Beautiful job. $30 per contract. Great job. Keeping it simple, guys. A lot of the opportunities are taking place during first and second. So first and second, we're seeing opportunities. Midday, we're seeing a lot of chop back and forth. Midday setups can come into play. I'm going to wrap it up early today as far as trading is concerned. We'll still be on stream, of course, providing value where we can. If you have any questions, drop your questions in the chat. But my primary objective has been met. So just to be green on the day. Doesn't matter if it takes me 10 trades to get there, 1 trade to get there, 2 trades, 3 trades. Realistically, I won't take 10 trades to get there. So I give myself between 3 to 5. All right? So the work was done early this time. Work was done early. I even woke up early today. Okay, woke up earlier than usual to ensure I was there for it. Okay, back to where we started, magnet. What? Okay, back to magnet. Back to where we started. All right, smash the like button on YouTube, guys. Smash that like button. Any questions, put your questions in the chat. First time viewers, put a 1 in the chat. We'll do the giveaway. 50 likes, boot camp. Speaking of boot camp, go to smartactiontrade.com to take advantage of our resources. Okay. My job is to turn our traders, anyone that is coming into contact with our content, to turn into confident, consistently profitable market participants. To get to that final destination, there's a lot of things you need to go through: the educational process, the mindset, the things on the chart, the things between the ears. And we have all the tools and resources to support you on the journey. First things first, make sure you are joining our free community while it's still available. Take advantage of the monthly. Monthly is available as well. Go to smartactiontrade.com to take advantage. Okay. Link is pinned. There's 8 spots available. Once that's filled up, it's filled up. I open up 15 spots per month. All right. At this price, this is an absolute steal. This is not even your. This is like 1/10 of your stop. All right. So this is the investment you're making to yourself, the commitment you're making to yourself. And on my end, I provide you the resources and tools and walk you down that path, and you get to do it with a collaborative community. All right. Very, very unique community that we're building. And that's what I'm most happy about, and what satisfies me is the amount of people that are there looking out for one another. All right. Sharing, providing insight, encouraging, lifting one another up, because this trading thing, guys, is truly a journey. It's not easy. And if you have a community, right, it literally takes a village. All right. We're going to start saying that. All right. It takes a village to become profitable. You've heard that mantra before. It takes a village to raise a child. Well, it takes a village to become profitable. And this is the village that we're building, leading through education, demonstration, and supportive community. And you have all the tools here available to you. So take advantage of that. Use the code TRIAL30. 8 spots left. Absolute steal. I'm trying to delay the price increase, but price increase is coming, guys. All right, it's coming. The amount of value you're getting for this content is tremendous. I understand that a lot of people are using small accounts. I'm trying to make it as attainable as possible. Really rewarding the people that are taking advantage early, right? So the earlier you get in, the better price you have. You're grandfathered in. But eventually, once you get to a certain level of number of people, it's going to be closed off, right? And it's just going to be based on churn. I really want to maintain that tight-knit community. We don't want to get too big, but we want to provide value for the people that are there. So if someone decides to part ways, there's going to be an opening, and you can come in. All right. So I'm not going to have the infrastructure to be able to take on a lot of people. So we're growing the right way, sustainably. So make sure to join our community to access those resources. If you want to join the yearly, 65% off. That's always available. Access to the boot camp coming up. We'll talk about that just shortly. Coaching call available as well. If you did take the yearly, you have a coaching call in your back pocket. For those of you who did get the coaching call package, send me a message for the next call. All right, of course, on Saturday we can't do that, but this is an absolute steal as well. Save 65%. All right, so start here, go here, go here. You can start here if you want as well. This is an absolute steal as well. All right, so boot camp this Saturday. All right, boot camp this Saturday coming up. Use the code LAST to save 20% off. I usually don't do a discount code on the boot camp, but make sure to take advantage of this. All right, to get you ready for the 2026. If you just heard about trading, if you just started your journey in 26, there's a great investment in yourself. If you've been around the block, you've seen green, you've seen red, you've seen yellow, there's also a great investment in yourself to get you recalibrated or refocused. If you're green, there's also great, because there's a couple of things you can take from here. All right, you don't when you have expertise in something, you're not looking for game-changing information. What you're looking for is just one little piece. Okay, so there's something for everyone here, but this is primarily focused and channeled towards people going from zero to getting started. But don't let that make you think that this is only just fundamentals. We go in everything deep dive. All right, everything's covered there. So sign up for that. That's pinned to the chat. Boot camp this Saturday. All right, so very, very important for you to take advantage of that coaching call. That's always available. You can book it. The calendar's available. Click the link to book it. There's packs you can take advantage of. An ebook that's also available as well. All right, but when you're in the community, you get access to all of it. All right, so that's the best bet you can take advantage of. All right, so again, make sure to take advantage of boot camp in a couple of days. Let's see what does take place, okay? Let's see what does take place on SPY. All right, so our members are seeing tremendous progress, okay? Incremental progress. We don't need huge progress, all right? You don't need to make leaps and bounds overnight. That's not sustainable. Okay, just sustainable progress. Okay, look at that gravitation back towards that territory. 100%. Gary, great job. Have a good night. Gary's joining us all the way from Vietnam. All right, so big shout out to Gary. Yeah, 50 likes. I'm giving away the boot camp, guys. 50 likes. I'm giving away the boot camp. I've been doing a lot of giveaways to show my appreciation for the support. We're building this channel organically at our own pace, the right way. Showing up every day, sharing ideas, empowering traders. Okay. Again, the same principles that I'm using to trade is the same principles I'm applying to grow the channel. Right? Incremental progress. Don't need to blow up overnight. All right, but eventually the principles that we go over every day will be universally adopted. And a lot of traders will benefit from it. Okay, they'll benefit from this line of thinking. They'll benefit from at least these levels alone. We can disagree on how to manage positions. That's subjective. The management of positions is subjective. The risk, how much risk you allocate, that's subjective. That's up to you. Okay. Trade management is up to the trader. Tolerance is different, but the core pillars of the technicals, this is how key levels need to be drawn, from my perspective. All right. And if you can keep your entry, your ideas, your targets, your exits centered around these key levels, you give yourself the best shot. Need to stop here for the day. 2 for 2 headed to the green. 2 for 2 runner. Stop L second trade. Re-engage smaller size. Beautiful job, hero. Nothing like trading, guys. Nothing like trading. Right. There's nothing like trading. 100% JB. Can't wait to get you back. And if you're looking to step up and be a captain on the team, guys, there isn't anything you really need to do. Just try to provide insight from time to time on a particular area in the market. Feel free, send me a message. And I'll give you your own channel if you want to share specific ideas, right? And really help the community, okay? So this is truly traders helping traders. Okay. Good morning, Juliet. I like to get a boot camp, so like the video, guys. Yeah, absolutely, guys. Like the video. Like the video. So I'd love to be here and say buy here, buy there, sell here, sell there. but it's a magnet day. All right, my strikers know when it's a magnet day. Highs and lows, grab those highs, lows, price action combinations, or gravitations away from the mean back to the reversion point. Okay, reversion back to mean, or mean back to reversion point. Simply put, participating here, back to the downside, or participating here, back to the outside. Inside out, outside in. Okay, inside out, outside in. Okay, should be on live on Discord as well. Sometimes I forget. So Sticks, if you've been listening on Discord audio, we are also live on video as well. Sometimes I forget to go on the audio. Let's take a look at what our friends at CNBC are saying today. And we'll go over some charts at 12 o'clock at halftime. If you have any charts, put your chart request in the chat for top-down analysis. We'll go over our usual charts. SPY, Qs, indexes, a couple of names. Yep, IW, I'm looking for that reclaim. So IW, let's go to IW real quick. So IW, rejected, finally reclaimed. I think Lynn's trigger is 255.52. So right, she's looking for that PML. Right, PML along with that orb, those two levels can intersect. So I did pay the puts a couple of times, but it wasn't enough to get to the floor. All right, so at the 4th floor, elevator goes down to 3rd floor, 2nd floor. Didn't go all the way to the floor. One thing is we did reclaim VWAP. We're testing that PML along close to that PML and that 15-minute orb area. Who's Aldrich Ames? Okay. Convicted of espionage, spy, Russian spy. Okay, learn something new. How long was he in prison for? So CNBC, not talking about much. Qs are on a test. Qs are testing that level on the 5. Qs are the only one that are trending to the upside. So EMA test along with that prior high. So in this case, if you're using the 5, it kind of blocks out the noise. See if you get that hammer continue to push lower. If you're using that 5-minute candle hammer. All right, so my line of thinking would be this: with conservative risk, candle for candle. All right, we'll give it until this lows, about 58 cents, and say, hey, you know what? Say if you're already in, you're just babysitting, sitting through a little bit of drawdown, teetering, maybe at break even, and just letting it play out. So risk is allocated. There's about initially 1.3, 1.4 to 1. Okay. But what are we taking advantage of here? We're taking advantage of the fact that we came with these prior highs, first shift highs. We're testing that trend line in the jaws of the wave. If your risk is all the way at VWAP, that's about $1 and some change. But if you're just using one candle, this is what it looks like. So keep in mind the Qs move differently than SPY. Different personality. Different ATR. Different, the IV can be close, but different IV. Okay, but the same setups. Setups don't change. Okay, tickers change. Price changes. Setups stay the same. Setups stay the same. IW. IW is right here. So IW is trying to flip. Okay. Reclaim VWAP. Trying to reclaim that PML. A couple of rejections off that view up to the downside at 255 psychological level. IW dipped into that, probably the 50% retrace. So that nice little window, all right? If we make that 50% retrace, if I give it a zone, it came right into that pocket. Not the golden pocket, all right? But this retrace pocket. Like a nice little buffer. Sometimes you got to give yourself a little buffer rather than a specific zone. So Q's is starting to pick up a little bit of speed. SPY went back to test VWAP, made a quick stop at VWAP, continues to fuel back to the upside. We already made all-time highs on SPY. Primary thing is how do we interact with these highs if we do get there. First thing we need to get above is, of course, these highs, right? So this could potentially, okay, be a trap, lead us into that double top. Let's see if it traps and pushes it back to the downside. So again, done for the day. We're past 11:30. Let me put that poll in the chat. If you're green, put green in the chat. If you're yellow, put yellow. If you're red, put red. It's completely voluntary. Okay. Yellow means you're close, break even, not really red or green. Okay, wherever you are, we're past the 2-hour mark. If we're past the 2-hour mark, we'll leave this open for the rest of the day. All right, so answer the poll. You guys have been doing tremendous to kick off the year. All right, for the ones who are voting, our recent numbers have been, overall performance has been awesome. So if you look at the poll yesterday, just to get a good feel, somewhere here. Okay. Poll yesterday, 75% were green. Okay. 75% of our team. The day before that, so Monday, here. 70% were green. All right. Is everyone going to be green? It's a rarity. It happens, but even for the folks who are red, or yellow, you still can bounce back. And then, of course, the day before that, 83%. So we're putting up some, as a collective, we're putting up some strong performance numbers. So be encouraged. Sometimes you end up on the yellow side, sometimes you end up on the green, on the red side. But all three, look at IW going. All three, whichever end of the spectrum you land on, everyone has adjustments to make. Okay. So when you are done trading, put up the poll, answer the poll question. See if we can turn this into support. This is resistance as we're coming into it. All right, trying to clear out that trap. We're seeing a nice spike on the 5, on the 15 as well on SPY. We're trying to get above that wick area. New all-time highs on SPY. Breaking news. All-time high. IW is out of here. Beautiful level on for Lynn. She called out that level. Stayed patient. Beautiful reclaim for Lynn. Tremendous job on Lynn. Right. So in this area, we're back at the all-time highs. Okay, we're back above that level. All right, so be careful in that territory. This is basically for people to manage their profit. The ones who took the risk in this territory, away from here into there, they're the ones who are the current winners. Those are the ones who are being paid. Stopped out 20% IWM at a type stop loss. Good. Yeah, if you get stopped out, sometimes you get stopped out and it goes. I mean, it just comes with the territory sometimes. All right, but that was a good call out. 55%. Great job, Firefly Nerd. Absolutely crushing it. How are we doing on YouTube? Anyone catch that last run? I recently joined the YouTube channel and I've been green every day thus far. The mindset alone is worth it. I'll definitely need to get that ASAP. Yeah, again, folks on YouTube, join our community, all right? So join, take the next steps. If you've been watching for 3 to 5 episodes, join. All right, you're really holding yourself back. All right. All right, this is, we have a championship culture. Tight-knit group. Championship culture. We know how to take losses. We know how to be there for the wins. We don't get too high. We don't get too low. We show up every day. Do our job. All right. And by the end, we have a good chance of coming out a winner. Okay? So if you guys are benefiting off the ideas on YouTube, you already paid for your membership. All right, so you're in for free. Okay, you're in for free. Beautiful job, JB. Is that the first trade back? First trade back at 2026, 37% for JB. Yeah, can't wait to have JB back. JB's a great technician. Yeah, he'll have all the patterns coming in the chat. Flags, breaks, bear flags, bull flags, cup and handle, inverse head and shoulder, unicorn. Right. So everyone on the team is going to see something. So if you do see something before I see it, bring it to the attention of the team. Okay. Okay. So in this case, if you're trying to get that entry back into 693.82, you want that 693.09, 693.09, that prior level to hold as support. If you're looking to play the trap, you want to slice back below that level. Seek these highs down here. All right. So the battleground is going to be 693.09. As far as what the rest of the environmental conditions are, we're seeing all the indexes in this current 5-minute, 15-minute juncture pushing to the upside. Okay, in this current juncture, they are pushing to the upside. Low risk, $11 contract, 250%. That's great for a small account. Great job, Jake. right? So for me, my thinking is it's hard for me to go long here, right? So if I'm going to go long, it's probably, I know it may seem like hindsight, but I'm looking to go inside to the outside, outside to the inside. Right, so I would leave this to the ones who took the risk here and see if the trap gets invalidated. Continuation will invalidate it. Keeping a close eye on that 5 shooter. All right. Keeping a close eye. Let's get the likes up on YouTube. We got until 1 o'clock to get 50 likes. 50 likes, guys, 1 o'clock. That's the goal. We'll do the boot camp giveaway. We can get there easily. We had over 300 people join us so far. Okay, so that's very doable. So for the ones who are just watching, right, show up every day and watch. I know I have a lot of ghost watchers. All right, play the game. Okay, you can only be on the sidelines for so long. Or you're putting in a lot of time into the craft. You might as well start playing the game. All right. Play it the right way. Learn to play it the right way and start playing. So now this 5 minute, we're starting to go shooter here. Okay, we got shooter candle on the 5. If this doesn't hold up as support, the trap has been set. See if the trap gets fulfilled. See if the trap gets fulfilled. Okay. If you're trying to taking the trade to the upside, you want that to hold. That's the shallow retest. Okay. If you're a reversal trader, you're paying close attention to this level. And this level happens to line up with here. You at least want to close below that. We're back at all-time highs, guys. Back at all-time highs that we never left. VIX is well below 15 now. In comparison to how much it's been moving all day, right? That's a pretty significant move to the downside. As far as the 5, if this goes engulfing, we take that out. We continue to push the upside. So the decision is based off of this level here. This is the key battleground. That's the key battleground here. Key battleground is right there. Okay. Done for the day. Beautiful job, Lynn. Almost there. Your target is ATH 6960. So SPX is currently at 6958. ES is trying to get above 7,000. ES 7,000. Trying to get above it. Okay, ES is sitting right at 6999. 6,999. 7,000 on ES would be critical. $7,000 on ES would be critical. New house, new trading spot. Love it, JB. New house, new trading spot, same setups, all right? Location changes. Setup gets upgraded. But we continue to do the same thing and get better at doing it. Are you fully moved in? Moved in by now, JB? Everything is done. I know it's a lot. Moving is not easy. That's accomplishment within itself. Nice little bounce opportunity there. So if you're going long here, the main thing you want is you don't want to close back below this territory. If you're going short trying to play that trap, ideally you want to see that close below this territory. So the key battleground is that level. Key battleground is that level. So for someone to be right, another participation has to be wrong. From that standpoint, it's a zero-sum game. From the standpoint of opportunity, it's not a zero-sum game. Opportunities are endless. You can't pay both participation groups simultaneously at the same time. Yes, fully in. I'll show you guys the gym. Awesome, awesome. We need a quick hit routine for the team. Nice little 15-minute routine to do before jumping into the charts. Right, and please feel free to share things outside of the charts, guys. And this is outside the chart channel. I know we're heavily traded, focused on trading, of course, which we should be. That's what we do. But I do have the outside the charts channel for you guys to share different things you do outside of the charts, literally. Right, whether you have a hobby for fitness, art, music, other endeavors. Right, it's all voluntary. I'm not going to force you to share anything, right? But you never know. It can help someone. All right, you never know what can help someone. Something might come easy to you, but take a lifetime or be very difficult for someone else to learn. And that's what help is, right? And you can be the bridge that gets them from them not knowing to knowing, because the way you're giving the information out is very digestible. Okay? Babysitter one runner of 85%. My goodness. And Mark 692 as an alert, and it didn't hold my call to it. Hard to see. Took profit, but dang. Yeah, it's tough in the beginning. You know, sometimes it just continues to go. When you're right, it's like you're very right, but some reason the profits don't look very right. Right? But what the main thing in that case to do is just to understand that you're right. There'll be another opportunity. I called for $9 or further out. So at this time, those contracts are cheap. So the 695s are $12. So the small account sweet spot is 11:30 second shift all the way into just before power hour. I mean, granted, a lot of it is lotto activity. All right. And with those small account, with the contracts that cost $10, $3, your stop can't be 10%, because it's the law of large numbers. So when the dollar amount is smaller, right, a smaller incremental move on the dollar amount leads to a larger percentage. Right, so what I mean by that is if I have a contract for $10, right, a 1 cent move, all right, on the contract is 10%. So you're going to have to adjust that stop accordingly. So you're going to have to maybe make it wider, because it's not, that percentage is deceiving. Okay? That percentage is deceiving. So you might have to arbitrage a different approach. Maybe widen the stop slightly, but take less contracts. So you're managing the account over the position. All right, there's many ways to do it. Anyone else catch that nice little bounce off 693.09? 693.09 is not a random level. 693.09 is the level that we talked with, the level that that was sent out today. All right. If you want the pre-market prep, all right, every morning that's sent out. I think CNBC is slowing us down. Okay, this is the zones, of course, level. Did I not send that out? It should be sent out. Right here, 693.09. Okay, 693.09. 7:16 a.m. More all-time highs. 693.82 is that ultimate destination. Now I feel like getting back in the charts now. I'm back to trading, right? But I'll just hang it on the sidelines. But the primary thing is, guys, strikers, especially strikers, during the game plan, if you're going to take anything away from it, right, the way we crafted the game plan, the way we laid out what needs to take place, primarily the cues being the focal point, and talking about how the cues need to start to go, and the cues went. So that's what's kind of just driving us higher. Okay, what can really take us over the top is if the daily candle on IW and DIA, IWM that is, can start course correcting and start getting back to weak daily equilibrium territory. Get back above that PML intraday, get back above, we're back above VWAP, right? Both of them are back above VWAP. So let's see if we can start to make some strides towards shifting this daily candle into a hammer or a doji when you kind of zoom out for IW and the Dow. That's going to be their task. Close this out. Okay. Anyone on babysitting duty? If you are, tremendous job. Yeah, 700 is around the corner. We have a couple of hurdles to get over. We have 695. And then I have to just draw some more levels above that. We have the daily. Expect to move to the upside. Expect to move to the upside is 694.11. Okay, so let's draw that out. 694.11. I think it's time to refill some coffee. 694.11. Now this bounces, we're looking more appealing. Right, separation is created. If we pull back into it, some EMAs line up with it, it looks more appealing. Right, so you want separation to be created. Okay. And we're probably diverging. Can someone confirm? We're probably diverging on the 1 minute time frame. If you take a look at the RSI. Right, on the RSI, you're probably going to see, all right, I can just feel it sometimes. You're probably going to see a high here, higher high. On the RSI, you're going to see a high and a lower high. All right, if someone has the RSI open, let me know. Or I'll probably just open it up. But at some point, you can start feeling it. I do not explain it, but you can start feeling divergence. Okay, you can start feeling it. If you're done for the day, make sure to answer the poll question. If you are done for the day, answer the poll question. Let's get 50 likes. That's our goal. Of course, we can go beyond that. Let's see if CNBC's covering this back-to-back all-time high parabolic down spy. All right.
And why do we care?
I'm going to step away for a second, refill on the coffee. We'll be right back. In the meantime, enjoy CNBC. Smash the like button. Giveaway. It's about 56 minutes away. We need to hit 50 likes to unlock the giveaway. Again, join the community if you want to take advantage of the resources, and we'll see you on the other side. When I do come back, we'll do chart requests. If you have any chart requests, we'll do top-down analysis. We'll go over some ideas, and if we continue to rip to the upside, we can extend the stream. All right? So we'll be right back. In the meantime, enjoy CNBC. If you're babysitting runners, right, you're the highest paid babysitter. All right, so tremendous job.
15%, like some strategists are thinking. I don't know. I'm gonna point to you on that. I don't know, but I think 10 to 12% is very reasonable in a 2.5–3% GDP world, given all the things that I'm talking about.
You get the feeling from both what you say and what I heard from the person that I was quoting there. It's like animal spirits were delayed, not denied. Coming into 25, everybody was like, I remember, late in 24, it was my conversation with Todd Bowley of Eldridge out in Beverly Hills was talking about animal spirits, and you had the Trump election and taking office, but then you had the tariffs, and it upset a lot of that. But now it feels like you may actually get what some thought was going to happen a year ago, and the market kind of reflects that if you look at the equal weight that's really doing great. What do you think, Liz?
Yeah, I mean, if we look at just cyclicality in general, we're almost hitting on all cylinders. All of the indicators that the market would give you for cyclicality, things like consumer discretionary outperforming staples. We had the value index hit a new high before the growth index. Some of the recovery that we had after that pullback in November. All of the cyclicality stuff is here, even in commodities, right? Copper is doing well. Gold obviously still doing well, but all of the stuff that would tell you economic activity not only is picking up, but is expected to stay strong. To Steph's point about consumer spending, I think that's a really important thing for investors to realize, is that despite the fact that we didn't have the year-end rally or the Santa Claus rally that we all hoped for, the consumer kept spending. Retail stocks should benefit from that. The economy should benefit from that. And I think sentiment will start to recover after the soft patch that we saw in the fourth quarter of 2025. So I am still cyclically bullish. I like materials for the year very much. I like healthcare as a place for investors to rotate into looking for growth exposure, and that continues to do well. And I just like how the market's shaping up, especially after a geopolitical shock coming into the year to kick it off with a bang.
Especially, Jason, when you had so much conversation last year about valuation of the market.
Yep.
Well, it's rich at 22 times.
Yep.
You're not going to get multiple expansion this year, so you have to have a really strong level of earnings growth to carry the market higher if it's going to go higher. I love a note from Barclays today, which takes on the valuation question and comes back with the fact that they say they look reasonable to start off this new year. Quote, while 22 times is not cheap by any stretch, in our view, current levels have not historically impeded returns, provided EPS growth remains positive. While we do think that current street estimates are overly optimistic, we still expect the S&P 500 to print double-digit EPS growth this year. It better.
Yeah.
It has to.
No, it has to.
It has to. It has to justify that valuation, which may, in fact, grow a little richer.
And there's no doubt about it, Scott, that the earnings picture looks very positive, whether it's 12, 13, 14, 15%, somewhere in that neighborhood, I think, what we hear from strategists. And I think, the multiple on the market historically is not a great timing mechanism for markets, right? That's what we do know. And what I guess my impression of the market and what's been going on the early part of this year from a positioning standpoint and just the breadth that we've all talked about is this is durable. This is a healthy market. We want to see, to Steph's point, the other 493, the other sectors starting to perform, whether it's the KRE, regionals, financials, industrials, transports hit an all-time high the other day. So these are all positive momentum factors for me, and I think it spells to the durability of this market.
Steph, take a look at the banks. Already year to date, it's Capital One's up 5%. We're trading for 3-4 days. Morgan Stanley's up 4.5%. Goldman's up 7%. You don't own it. But the other names, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, maybe a little less than that. But nonetheless, the group is off to the races already. Will bank stocks, B of A asks, once again outperform the S&P? They say yes. They overweight the banks in a run-it-hot economy, exactly what we've been talking about. They raise price targets across the board. Goldman to $1,000 and $1,050, Morgan Stanley to $210, JPM to $362, Wells to 107, I think, is your largest position overall. If not there, it's number 2. And that deregulation, which everybody's been talking about, again, it goes kind of towards the animal spirits umbrella, is the name of the game in 2026, finally. A lot of things that just didn't happen in 25 are now you're going to tick off one by one, and they're going to be good for various sectors of the market.
Some of these stocks are up 20 to 40 to 50% over the past year. So a lot of good news is priced in. However, there's many ways to win with the banks. And it is capital markets and investment banking fee growth in the double digits. It is M&A, which grew globally 27% last year. In the U.S., M&A was up 55% last year. And we didn't even have deregulation last year. So just wait on that front. Loan growth, as I just mentioned, the H8 data, they're lending out. That's good. Net interest income is going to slowly recover, Scott. I do not expect a massive reprice in net interest income, but it's going to happen, especially if you look at the yield curve. And then again, as I mentioned, in terms of deregulation, it's M&A, but it's also excess capital. What are these companies going to do with the excess capital that they have? There's $192 billion of buyback announcements from the big 6 that is still yet to be deployed. And we haven't even seen Basel III Endgame, the excess capital requirements, ease. And so I own Bank of America. I do not agree with the downgrade. There was a downgrade this morning because of expenses. He's laser focused on expenses, and it better be flat sequentially, and I think it will be. But I think you're going to see ROTCEs in the upper teens at Bank of America. I think you're going to see it at 18%. This is profitability at Wells Fargo. I think Morgan Stanley has low 20s as a target, easily to be done, and Capital One as well. I just think it's a little bit, I hate to say it's different this time, but deregulation does open.
Okay, we're back. Checking back in. It looks like we hit that target, 693.82. See if we can build some momentum based off of that. Or if that leads to a nice pullback back into 693.31, that is the 9 EMA. That is the closest trend indicator that we do have for a potential pullback. So again, slight slowdown there. Just shy of that 694.11, which is the expected move. EXPM, expect a move. What a run. What a run. Closed runner at 113%. Great job, Firefly. Jump into the future side as well, guys, that chat. Tremendous job on Carla on that side, holding the futures down. So if you guys are trading those prop firm accounts, if you're trading futures, your own account, again, interact in there as well, strikers. All right, there's tons of value that could be potentially gained from that channel when you guys do share. All right, so tremendous job, Firefly. So are we back? Are we back on? Are we back on a streak, Firefly? I know you're on that 10-day streak after you joined. I'm telling you guys, when you join, all right, there's something that clicks. Something clicks. Something changes. What is pushing the market up? Just a broad market rally. We do have 2 catalysts as well. All right, 2 catalysts as well. Now look at this 5-minute chart. 5-minute chart on SPY is literally off the charts. Beautiful job. That's how we recover. Okay, that's what matters. How do you respond when you get punched in the face? Right? You guys know the famous Mike Tyson quote, right? Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face. Okay? Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face. That's when your plan, that's where the real plan is. So you can drop all these cool things. You can do Excel math all you want and map out this beautiful path to a gazillion dollars. Right? But it's also important to understand that there's going to be some challenges that come your way. And how do you respond? What's the plan once you get punched? So a great way to respond to Firefly. So the better we can respond to those type of days, all right, the shorter our path becomes. Because in the beginning we all struggle with that, right? We're on a streak. 1 loss turns to 3, 3 loss turns to 5, 5 loss turns to 10, 1 day turns to 2, 2 days turns to 3. And then you're on a 3, 4, 5 day streak. You get 1 green day, dead cat bounce, back to red, and then account no longer exists. All right. So great quote by Mike Tyson. Anyone else take that push to the upside? That was beautiful. Having a daily average is great, but when you have a loss, the next day needs to be double to keep the average. Not feasible to think that way. Standing A count yesterday. Those 2 seconds are critical, right? It's like that famous, who remembers that fight? Wilder versus Fury 1. All right, even if you're not a boxing fan, okay? Just go on YouTube, type Wilder versus Fury 1. Watch that clip. Okay, so to set the stage, Wilder is a knockout artist, has bombs on his hands, and Tyson Fury is a boxer who went through who retired, who went through his battle with depression, became born again, came back to fighting. During the fight, close fight, he's shaking off the rust. He gets caught with the overhand right. He's put to sleep. Lights out. Right? Literally lights out. Okay, Wilder, if he catches any person with that right hand, right, any civilian, that's the end of their life. Okay, so that was a massive, massive shot. He takes it. You can argue, if you're a Wilder fan, you can argue that the count was slow. I can't see that. But ref starts counting, ref starts counting, and all of a sudden, just before 10, around 6 or 7, close to 8, Tyson Fury just wakes up. He gets up. From that point on, right, on the scorecards, he's winning the fight. And then it turns out to be a draw. All right, so same thing. It's not over until it's over. So a tremendous clip. You're gonna maybe go back and watch it. Draw for some inspiration from that. My boxing fans know that was and then they fought again, rematch, and he won. Fought again, rematch, and he won. I don't believe in depression. I believe in a recession and stagflation. Stagflation, inflation, shrinkflation. If we can come back into this territory, that could be a feasible reason to potentially get a bounce. We are rejecting there. off of that level again, 693.82. So these levels, the market didn't give us these levels. Okay, I had to do my own technicals to find these levels. And there is a video in the Discord. Right, you see the levels right there, right? So it's given. 693.09, 693.82. I should have a video. Okay, let's see. Okay, in the past webinar section, if you scroll up, best all-time high here. There we go. Boom. So there's the video. So this gives you a simple idea of the steps I take to draw those levels. How I use the fibs is based on the fibs, not the extension. Or you can use the extension, but check out this video if you haven't. Okay. Might have to do an updated version, but this video will be helpful. And this video is exclusively available to our members. Okay. And if you're a YouTube member, you should have access to that as well. So YouTube members, check your chat. YouTube member chat. Okay, I'm going to post that video in there. Check your chat. There's two chats. There's a YouTube member chat and there's the regular chat. So all my YouTube members, check that chat there. Yeah, if you liked it, yeah, that's because you've probably seen it already. I did notice that you can listen to the live stream on replay. You can listen to it in Spanish. You can listen to it in French. You can listen to it in all sorts of different languages. I thought that was pretty cool on the replay. So if you go to the language settings and you prefer a different language, if you're not a native English speaker, all right, so go back, watch the episodes in a different language. That feature is pretty cool. I messed around with it and I was listening to myself in different languages, and I thought it was pretty cool. And I believe that's only for the replay. That's only for the replay. We're overextended for the calls. Everything here is shallow pullbacks. You can look for those flags into. Okay, we basically went to the moon. Now we went to the moon. Now we're trying to go to Mars. All right, we're just getting further and further away from Earth. Okay. Nice setup. 3-screen. I also have 3 screens. I have mine vertical, horizontal, horizontal. 3 screens is the way to go. I did have an L-shaped desk, right? But I moved over to the standing desk. I was able to fit everything on the standing desk with the 3-arm mount. I'll maybe upgrade to 1 screen. I do like the 3 screens, but one curved screen or 2 curved screens stacked on top of one another would probably be ideal as well. So we'll see. I have an old video. I have an old picture. I gotta find it, guys, of what I started trading with. All right, so always remember that if you started just with a laptop. I had a laptop, and I had a MacBook and a wireless mouse and a wireless keyboard. All right, sometimes go back and see how far you came. All right, you still have a long way to go, but don't discount how much work you put in, where you started, how far you've come, how you even started getting into trading. All right. All right. Always stop and smell the flowers. You don't want to stop too long, but you got to stop and say, hey, you know what? I got to this point. X amount of years ago, X amount of months ago, I had no idea this even existed. I might not be where I want to be, but I'm making progress. Okay, so you have to speak life into your own self, guys. Yeah, so 2 all-time highs. 2 all-time highs already. So out of the 4 trading days, we had 2 all-time highs. We're going to have to keep our own counter. Because I believe last year, I think the final number was 39 all-time highs. I think we had more than that. All right, so the only way we can disprove it is by counting. So I'll probably count it. We'll just say 2, and then we'll go from there. I prefer having targets, not uncharted territory. Absolutely. All-time highs have been challenging for me last year, and I'm sure this year will be no different. Exactly. So a lot of traders, they do tend to size down to all-time highs. All right, there are no targets. There's no price history above there. All right, so whatever you need to do to navigate, especially if you navigated it before, unless something changed in your approach or you have a new strategy to approach it, right, more than likely the same result will repeat itself. But you don't have to walk down the same path to find that out. So you can put things in place to mitigate the same result if it's an unfavorable result. And all-time highs, different kind of conditions to trade. I would even say the trickiest condition psychologically to trade is when you're always flirting with all-time highs, when all-time highs are within striking distance. Okay, say we're trading on a particular day, we open up. Okay, say we made all-time highs a few days ago, and there's all-time highs. All right, the fact that all-time highs are within striking distance, and say we're just trading, we open up. Okay, the fact that all-time highs are within striking distance, subconsciously I tend to lean towards the upside because I know we might gravitate there. So I start leaning towards building a bullish bias. All right. So and that's the kind of conditions we're going to be in. Okay. So now every day, all-time highs from this point on until we get a pullback of some sort. All right. Get into a new drop down into another key zone. That's where the key zones will be important. All-time highs will be within striking distance at all times. Okay. All-time highs will be within striking distance at all times. Double top rejection off those highs. See if we can continue to push the downside. On the 5, we're coming into the 9 EMA waves, but they're kind of in the middle of nowhere. Is there liquidity here? Sure. But what does that line with? None of my key levels. Yeah, check out that video when you get a chance. Or probably do for another one. 30 minutes away from the giveaway. Make sure to like the video, guys. Make sure to subscribe. I've been standing since 9 a.m. Let me take a seat. Okay, there we go. Get a little lower. There we go. Okay. So let's do a quick check on what's going on across the board. Halftime check, 12:30, new shift. So in this case, all right, if we're looking for the trap for second shift high trap, all right, does this look like a trap to us? If we're using price action, if we're doing just simple reasoning, Does this look trappy to us? We get above first shift highs. Does this look trappy to us? Yes, it initially does. But we talked about that level that needs to break below clearly. So this is as bullish as it gets that break. Right? So where does that fueled off of? What is this fueled off of, guys? This is fueled off of this. This grab. Very few participants got in here. Right? Because it happened so quickly. Second best seat. Of course, the reclaim provided nice opportunity. Nice push above it. Downward compression break. Okay. So now, for us to potentially push into 694.11, 694.11, which is the new all-time highs. Okay, we're gonna have to go triple top breakout. So this is that resistance. It's also the shift highs. Okay, so if you took any trades during that shift, let us know. If you're done for the day, put done in the chat. Folks on YouTube, like the video, we'll do the giveaway. Okay. See if you get a nice little drop into this territory here, this key level. I like that response that we got. Okay, this coincides with these highs. Bounce, continue push. Let's go check back on the Qs for a second. Remember the Qs? Remember that remember that compression break on the Qs? Test of those highs, test of that wave. Okay, why is it not opening up? Okay, I'll check here. Don't want to change interval, want to go here. QQQ. Okay, there we go. Boom, QQQ. Huh. Interesting. So the Dow and IW course correct to some extent. The Q slightly pull back into the jaws of those EMAs and take off. So some clean setups throughout the day if you know where to look. Some clean setups throughout the day if you know where to look. You know where to look. Now answer the poll question if you're done. Nice little double top rejection. See if it leads us into those lows. Answer the poll question. Okay, when you're done. Are we going to get 100% green today? All right, our first 100% green as a team of 26. Let's see. If you're green, okay? If you're green, we usually size down on Friday. If you're green up until now, keep in mind, you're fighting for the week. You have the right to end your week. If you end your week right now, you have your first green week out of 52. Keep that in mind, guys. We don't need to keep trading. All right, so the closer we get to Friday, you start ramping down. Okay. What do I think about NEM? Let's take a look at ticker symbol NEM. NEM. Newmont, okay. This is some reason. 1 second. NEM. So SPY, look at the SPY on the daily. Okay, SPY on the daily, that's SPY. So let's take a look at NEM and we'll go through the NEM. Energy name here. We'll start off at the very highest time frame. Okay, NEM is direction on the yearly. We're seeing continued buying on the yearly time frame on NEM. Typically, the funds make those purchases on the yearly, quarterly, and monthly. So of course, that quarterly we're directional, monthly we're directional, weekly we're directional. So NEM on all the higher time frames is bullish. When I mean higher time frames, I'm referring to not from a trading perspective, from an overall holistic picture perspective. So weekly, monthly, quarterly, yearly, NEM is directional to the upside. As far as on the daily, NEM is riding that 9 EMA beautifully. So if you're in, you're in. But ideally, you want to see if you can come back at that 9 EMA. If you're looking for an entry, and look what that 9 EMA lines up with nicely, these highs. So it's close to that 9 EMA and those highs. If I'm on the daily on NEM looking for an entry point, I'm looking between that 95 and potentially 100. So 96 and 100 pullback, 9 EMA test with some sort of price action confirmation would be a great way to approach it as long as XLE is heading in the right direction. So NEM, as bullish as can be, right? If you're in, you're in. If you want to play continuations, break above these highs tomorrow. Okay, this candle on the daily is inside. Okay, so tomorrow, see if you can get this candle to stay inside, contained. And tomorrow, if it breaks today's high, so it breaks above the daily upside breaker, you can take it into these highs and back into the original direction. If it continues to push the upside, takes out the daily upside breaker today, things can change. On the intraday, from the intraday perspective, so bigger picture, we're bullish. So in this case, all right, if you want to support that bullish theme, okay, you're going to support that bullish line of thinking. If it's swing trading, especially if it's week to week, within the same week, maybe next week, you want to see some bearish activity on the 4 hour. Slight sell-off and then buy back up. Right? Slight sell-off, buy back up. So to get back in the original direction. Something like this. Something similar to this. Granted, it took place in pre-market, but if everything is directional on the higher time frames, and we're above that 9, we're above the 20, everything is flowing smoothly on the daily. What I want to see intraday, all right, is I want to see price slide. Not enough to shift the daily, not enough to shift the weekly, but just enough for me to get an entry point. Now when you get that slide, you get that nice little combination, textbook combination, okay? Near where? Near these prior day highs. 105. You get that entry point. You have a key level, candlestick confirmation. You get that break. And now you're in position into a continued break above those highs. If that makes sense. All right. So when you see everything on the monthly, on the higher time frames heading in a certain direction, upside, they're all directional. Start looking for pullbacks on the hourly, on the 4 hour. Okay. And those pullbacks need to get reversed. Price action, key levels to set up for price going back in flow, in sync, in continuity with the higher time frame. All right. It's almost like you're waiting for that sell-off intraday to take that pop into the bigger picture. All right. So when there's time frame conflict, it can be different, but ideally that's the principles of swing trading, the core principles of swing trading when it's very bullish. You want to look for those opportunities. Find something very bullish. All right, find something very bullish. Let's use an example. Of course, JPM left the station. JPM is pulling back slightly here. Okay, I do like JPM a lot. Okay, JPM, for instance. JPM on all the time frames is bullish. It kind of ran away, and so it's bullish, bullish, bullish. Little bit of a pullback on the weekly. So this pullback, we're seeing a pullback on the daily on JPM. That's good. So if you're looking for a pullback entry, that's good. So on JPM, I'm looking at these prior all-time highs, prior resistance. I like how we initially responded to this here on Friday. We continued to push, and now if we come back revisited, guess what? All right, we can clearly see buyers showed their hand here. Okay, engulfing candle. It doesn't get more bullish than that. 1, 2. Critical test of the 9 EMA. Directional on all the time frames. That's 2 areas. 3, prior day all-time highs. So 3 things await us at that territory. Now, what is the one thing that's going to allow us to pull the trigger? Before we can pull the trigger, if we were looking to engage there, we need to first define our risk. So we found an opportunity, a potential opportunity, now define risk. Okay, so in the case, so we're doing this before. In the case where it does come into fruition, where's my risk? Is it 20 MA? Is it something intraday? Is it in the jaws of this inefficiency? Is it these lows here? You need to do that calculation. And that's going to be directly aligned with the time horizon of those contracts. Okay, so conservative risk would be these candles lows. No close below there. This is about $1.75 risk. So at minimum, okay, if we go 175, 175, 1 to 1, okay, 1 to 1. This is roughly 1 to 1 at minimum. But as for a swing trade, I'm not going for 1 to 1. Scalps, I don't mind 1 to 1. Okay, 2 to 1, 1.5 to 1, I don't mind. Swing trade, 1 to 1 might not be worth the headache for me. Swing trade, I'm looking for 2 to 1, 3 to 1, 4 to 1 plus. So at least, if I'm gonna risk it, if I'm gonna risk close to $2, let's round that up. $2, at least want $4. That's from my perspective. All right, because inherently swing trades come with more risk because there's less things you can control. Therefore, since you're taking on more risk, you're gonna open yourself up to getting more reward. Swing trades, your stop loss on a swing trade can't be 10%. Has to be a little wider because there's less things you can control. How do you mitigate that risk? Use less size. Okay, so now I define my risk reward. Now what I want to do is lay out the criteria, list of things I want to see in this territory. Am I going to make an entry on the daily? Probably not. So I'll drop down to the hourly, take that with me and say, hey, you know what? Boom. Where is it? Here we go. So I'm going to go to the hourly, and then you'll see how things start lining up. I'm going to say, okay, risk is defined. I see something on the daily. On the hourly, this is my area to engage. You can clearly see. All right, right now we're testing that 200. We can bounce off of there. Right, but if the 200 was there, that'd be better. But unfortunately, it's not. But ideally, now what I do is wait for price to come into this territory. And then when it comes to this territory, there's a list of things I want to see to pull the trigger. Okay, so it's a multi-step process. There's a list of things I want to see to pull the trigger. Can you pull it blindly? You can. That's your choice. But you want to do your due diligence, as much due diligence as possible to give yourself the best chance. Because the risk, you're already defining a risk. So there's a handful of things I want to see in this area. When I see those handful of things, my confidence goes up. Because it's a swing trade. I'm going to have to hold this for at least one day. So I'm going to have confidence in it. I don't want to be shaky in the position. So the fact that we're going through all these steps, okay, now will give you the confidence to say, I did my part. I'm putting myself in the best position possible. Now I can live with the results. If you do your due diligence, you can live with the results. Okay, you just continue to rinse and repeat these opportunities. Okay, so of course JPM is I don't want to beat a dead horse multiple times, but JPM was the idea from Friday. All right, so that's old news. Okay, last Friday. So if you take a look at it, JPM. Okay, not here. Trade ideas. Here, boom. So all that is done for you already. And JPM monster move at that level. Okay? So this is the same steps I walk through to look for an idea. It's not just price comes into 390, calls. If it worked like that, guys, all of us would be gazillionaires. That's just the reality of the situation. It's more than that. Okay? So the amount of due diligence you do, the more of a process you have, the more you can continue to repeat it. So in this case, if you get stopped out here, you move on to the next opportunity. Once the risk is defined and is outlined, all right, that's it. You have to also accept the fact that with swing trades, there's a small possibility that something can happen and it can open up below your risk. Right? There's a small percentage chance that can happen as well. But you're controlling the controllables and defining it before you get in. Okay, that process repeats over and over and over again. Okay. So I'll probably clip that out. So now let's do a quick, I'll clip that out for you guys and put it on YouTube. All right, so you might have to go back and watch, and that's how you find swing trades. Okay, so SPY. Midweek check on SPY. We continue to push the upside. All right, what pattern is this? If you guys know this pattern, you guys know this pattern. All right, that's why the boot camp is going to be very important, because there's certain patterns that I go over in there. I don't trade every pattern. I don't look for every pattern. Okay, you're going to have to narrow your universe down to the ones that are most effective. Okay, this is what we saw. Once this breaks to the upside, okay, it's gone. But in this case, this is ATH. This is uncharted territory. Price in its SPY and its illustrious history has never been here before. Never. So there's a certain behavior, there's a certain thing price does when it gets into uncharted territory. It goes through the process of price discovery. So during that time, you're gonna have to do a lot of observation and note taking. Because if we exist in this space for a prolonged period of time and a range is set, right? Say a week passes. Now the market has given you everything you need to navigate through these conditions. It's going to give you those levels after a week passes. So now you have something to work with and you're looking for the same setups because you've been paying attention to how price is moving and how it's going through the process of price discovery. Okay, so this is our first time staying above here. The last few times we did this, we rejected. How can we clearly see? All right, rejection candle. We came into a rejection. We got a shooter / doji, rejection, gap down, sell off. And we got a clean close above it. So unless we gap down back below these lows, all right, this thing is going to continue to push higher. Is it going to be uncomfortable to trade intraday? Probably. But that's where we are. Okay, that's where we are. Okay. Aklo. Okay, hello. Okay, before we even get into the higher time frames on Aklo, what are we seeing here? All right, without doing too much technical analysis, what are we seeing here? We can go all the way back to this resistance in June 2025. Go all the way straight across the chart. Resistance, spend some time there, bounce, bounce, parabolic push, sell off, bounce. We have this support here. Just basic support resistance. It doesn't take a lot of technicals to understand that. If you understand the basic concept, you know it. Okay, good. Second, we're making this nice little trend line. Okay, lower lows, lower lows, lower lows. And then we're have this nice little compression break at those lower lows. And what do we reclaim? 200 EMA. So Oklo is starting to fuel up back the upside. Do your fundamental due diligence, of course, okay? But this is starting to fuel up. What's the most critical level? Next, 100. Let's make or break. All right. So depends on where your target is. If your target is all the way at 114, you're paying attention to 100. If you're already in, all right, you're living large. You're comfortable. You got a comfortable seat. If you're looking to make an engagement, depends on what your thesis is. Is it a swing trade? Is it a long-term ad? Is it an intraday trade? Is it a 1-year hold, 5-year hold? Is it a leap trade? Based on how you answer that question, you can start framing your idea based on that. All right. As far as bigger picture, insight on the yearly, not directional. Insight on the quarterly, insight on the monthly, direction on the weekly. So nice bounce off of that. 50 MA on the weekly there. So starting to fuel up, pay close attention to 100. Okay, SPY starting to crack here. Just want to get back to VWAP. So nice rejection here. Okay, nice rejection. Again, based off of what? The 693.82 territory. Okay, 692.83 territory. We reject. VWAP is awaiting us at that 692.51. Okay, VWAP is right there. We're seeing the IWM starting to fall apart here. We're back at the orb. We're back at these highs, second shift highs. See if that holds. Just gonna go here. And what are we testing here on the 15? Okay, remember that notorious wick area? The area we had all those wicks that failed to close, we're retesting that. So if you're bullish, this is the kind of thing you want to see. All right. If you're bullish, this is the kind of thing you want to see. You want to see it come back to a prior area where it struggled to get above. So you want to see that retest. And when we boil it down to a key level, it's going to be this level here, second shift highs. The question is, based off of this bounce, do we have enough fuel to reclaim that 693.09? Do we have enough fuel? Or do we want to drop a little bit more and fall into POC, 692.64, and VWAP, 692.52? That is $1 million question. Okay. That is $1 million question. If you're looking for a 1 or 2 DTE, are you monitoring the 1 hour, 4 hour, or keeping an eye on a small? So I'm looking for 1 DTE, something to hold. I'm usually looking at if we're direction on the weekly. It depends if I'm taking advantage of a continuation on the weekly or the daily, right? Or if I'm looking for a reversal. Based on either one of those scenarios, I'll start dropping down to the hourly 4 hour to start to see those setups off those key levels, right, where I feel comfortable and not making my entry, right? Especially for those dailies and weeklies, it's hard to make that entry. It's hard to have an entry based off that weekly break. Your stop is gonna have to be very wide because sometimes the weekly range is very wide. Okay, the weekly range is very wide. SPY's weekly ATR. All right. So far, okay, is $15. Okay. So you can't sit through a $15. I don't want, even if it's a swing trade, a month out. I'm not gonna sit through $15 worth of drawdown. All right, I can't give myself that much of a room for error. Right, that's just way too wide. So I want to see something, whether it's a continuation, all right, on the higher time frames, or a reversal on the higher time frames, and then look for my entry points, just the relative areas where I want to get involved on the hourly, and then look for the specific entries, maybe on the 15, on the 5, right, to get that detailed entry. But if the further dated it is, the less you need to worry about the 5 and the 15. Right? So think of it like this. Ideally, you want precise entries at all times, but the precision is going to be most important depending on how short your contracts are. Right? For leaps, all right, it's not going to make a difference if I get an entry, not a big difference if I get an entry off of VWAP or if I get an entry off of this level. Or whether I get an entry off 615 to 690 to 54 or 690 to 82, it's not going to make a big difference. All right, it's probably going to be less than 1%. On those zeros, the entry is everything. Right? So if the contracts expire a little further, it's not to say that you don't have to do due diligence, but you have a little bit of luxury to start using those higher time frames and not get in the weeds and over-index for precision. Okay, so it starts to get a little wider. But on zero DTEs, just because that weekly breaker breaks, it doesn't mean anything. Because you can get shaken out very easily if you don't have the precise entry. Right? IWM, yep, falling off a cliff there. IW. Let's take a look at IW. I did what I could. And now it's back at VWAP. So it's really putting pressure on that support. Okay, putting pressure on that support. Already cracked it back below PML. VWAP is what they're going to fight over. Okay, VWAP is what they're going to fight over. That's going to be the last line in the sand. We're 2 minutes away from the giveaway mark. All right, let's get the likes up on YouTube and let's check how many likes we got. Okay, the likes tremendously help the channel, guys. Let's get the likes up. 15 likes shy. Let's get the likes up. So if you want to do the giveaway, 50 likes is the threshold. All right. I can give you guys until 1:30. If we gravitate back towards this, right? This was just an elaborate trap. Does it mean, hey, you know what? Since it's a trap, I can just have my stop this wide? No. You can't just expand your stop for the sake of being right. Okay? Your stop is your stop. You can be right and you can be wrong at the same time. Right? Right on the idea, wrong on the entry. Right on the idea, wrong on the execution. Okay. Any other questions? Now, what do we got ahead of us tomorrow? So it looks like we're starting to fight between second shift highs, and that is 693.09. And IW is right at VWAP. IW is right at VWAP. 5 minutes inside, 15 minute. If we get that 15-minute close below this green box, it flips. So it looks like a majority of our team members, let me know if that answers your question, thesis, are done for the day. Tremendous job. As always, guys, I mean, you guys have been absolutely crushing it. If you take a look at the futures, again, futures traders, Carla's crushing it there. All futures, other futures traders, guys, feel free to post there. Again, voluntary. Continue to share. As far as our team, all-time highs, discussing all-time highs there. Check out that video. You might find it helpful on how I draw those levels. 100% for Firefly. Great job, Firefly, on those runners after locking in profit. 47, I didn't even see that. Beautiful job, Fido. 47%. Textbook rubber band bounce, IWM. Beautiful. 55% right there. Make sure to answer the poll question, guys. It looks like 100% of our chat, 100% of our team is in the green for the ones who did vote. Who else? $600 there. Only through trading. $33 per con there. Beautiful job. Okay, so most of our work is done between 9:30 and 11:30. 20% there. So even yesterday, guys, if you scroll all the way back, even yesterday, you guys did a tremendous job. So this is a great way to kick off the year. Each one of you guys have been managing risk well, taking profits where you need to do where you need to accordingly. You've been doing all the right things. All right. So the main thing is, again, closing out this week green. If you're already green, okay, start playing defense. We're at all-time highs. You trust me. If you can start off the week, the year green, that week green, first week of the year green, it's going to do tremendous things for your confidence. If you're in the red, don't get overly frustrated. We have 52 of these. Okay, we get 52 of these. Okay? God willing, if we get 52 weeks. Okay? So don't get overly upset. All right, we talked about in 25 out of the 250 out of the 52 weeks. You don't need to be perfect. You don't have to go 52 for 52 to be green. But you just have to make sure that the weeks you may be green, okay, that you don't dig a hole for yourself that you can't climb out of. Okay. VIX is trying to get back above 15. Lights just came out, went back on. What state are you in? Thesis. Interesting. Is that at work or at home? Interesting. Anyone else in PA experiencing a blackout? Anyone else experiencing a blackout? was quick. Interesting. Absolutely panky. All of us. I'm out, no trade. All good. Okay, good. At least you weren't in any trades. You always have a backup plan. Maybe have your broker on your phone or on a tablet just in case you lose power. It happens sometimes, right? It happens. You never know. See if you can hold that level. Yeah, VIX right at 15. So you can see what kind of wild moves we're making, right? Pretty decent moves to the upside, downside on SPY. But look at the VIX. In normal conditions, right, the VIX will create some sort of separation. Okay, but VIX is still relatively hugging that 15. We have not created more than 30-cent separation away from that 15. Okay, no separation away from that 15. Okay, we're just chopping around between second shift highs and that 693.09 key level. The Dow continues to sell off as continues to break down. So breakdown on the Dow, breakdown on IW. IW is looking to close back below that VWAP on 255. It's below VWAP currently, and it's trying to get below that 255. SPY's VWAP is right at that 692.50. 692.50. Look at IW right there. SPY right here. Okay. Okay, nothing much here. So there was those opportunities. Looked like they came and went. Nice rejection at that key level once again. Both those key levels provide some opportunities, and now we're headed back towards basically that key zone. If you take a look at that daily candle so far, it's leaning towards being a doji. The last time we did come into VWAP, we got a nice little bounce. We're failing to hold that zone currently unless we get that reclaim back above 693.09. Right now, the bears are stepping in, selling pressure. There's possibly just a VWAP, so nice. Okay, come with that level. We go double top. Double top is a reversal pattern. Okay, key level, double top. Near that key level, and then a complete breakdown. Anyone in any positions? Or are we done for the day? All right, it's 1 o'clock. Okay, 1 minute chart check. Would you ever take a trade as the waves flatten? They get an engulfing candle at 12:45 on the chart. 12:45. Yeah, I would. If I see this candle, if I'm reversal trading, yeah, I'll go against the wave. If I have an idea to say, hey, you know what, hey, we rejected off this level, and if I know I'm going against the wave, I know I'm reversal trading, then I just have to deal with the fact that I have to look out for a potential bounce that can come in. As long as I don't see that bounce, I'll continue to build that confidence to hold that position a little further. So the ideal way I would approach it is, hey, if I see that, if I have an entry in this candle, with the majority of the position, right, I want to see if we can get into this territory, squeeze that double digits, and I'll be out in that territory with the majority, right? Because I know that bounce can take place. And if we can slice right through that area, that EMA, the bounce is no longer there. That'll give me confidence to hold the rest of those runners and see if we can get that reversal fully. Right, so it's a couple of approaches, but if you are, the nature of reversal trading means you're going against the trend. So if you're trading with those reversals, those EMAs are going to be in your way. Right. So far, just one trade today. Question in the chat, does tell you when he entered and exited a trade? Yeah, so when I do enter a trade, exit a trade, I walk through the setup. I tell you if I enter, exit, right? But by no means do I want you to interpret that as a signal. All right, I want you to do your due diligence and learn and see if you can do the same thing. Okay, so majority of these ideas, majority of these opportunities, they were discussed. Okay, with the only one trade that I took yesterday, did take 5 trades, stopped out 5 times. Go back and watch yesterday's episode. So my primary objective coming in today was ending green. Whether it's one trade, 3 trades, 5 trades to get to that objective. That was my objective. I just took 1 trade, a couple of other setups. Right, I felt like pulling the trigger a few times, but once I said done, I tried my best to know that, hey, you know what? The objective has been met. There's always tomorrow. So on and so forth. Okay? So I do go over the entries. Okay, I do go over the entries. But if you're trying to use the ideas as a signal on YouTube, there is a delay. I know a lot of you do use the ideas as signals, right? But it's not intended to be signals, not intended to be financial advice. But I can't control what you do with the idea. Is every idea gonna win? No. Our majority of the idea is gonna win? Yes. Right, but it's in your best interest for you to learn. Right, stop trying to get the signals, because if the person providing the signal is no longer there, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Okay, so I truly believe in empowering people who come in contact with our channel so they can learn. So if that is something you're interested in, this is the perfect community for you. Let me know if that answers your question, Fido. Okay, we're back at VWAP. Back at VWAP like we never left. Doji candle on the daily. So there just might be a magnified magnet, right? Some nice moves above it, nice moves below it, but getting back to this key zone. Back to the key zone. Okay, so we're at VWAP. Democrats hold a press conference on Opereke. Nothing much there. So do we bounce? Do we bounce off VWAP or do we break? Continue to break down or relief bounce?
Economy for whatever reason. I think the Fed's trigger finger is much itchier, say, than it was even a year or 2 years ago. And that means the front end's really going to perform for you. And it might be that the long end doesn't perform initially because people get a little nervous if they take some risk with inflation. So I think from an insurance perspective of what the fixed income leg of that trade does, the short end is better this year. The long end, the short end, by the way, was better last year. I wish I would have been in the trade last year. We made about 6% on our fixed income hedges last year. We could have made 10 if I would have been in this version of it. So I gave up 4%, but you know, hey, we had a good year. We had a 24% year, so I'm happy. The bottom line with the trade is this is going to be a Fed that is more likely to act, and it's going to be in the event of some sort of need to act. And I think there's a general story that is also we're bringing the neutral rate discussion much more into focus, and that, you know, my belief, I've been saying it for a while now, I just think neutral is kind of more closer to 2 than it is to 3. So yeah. I think they're to win there.
All right. Well, you've got the red shirt on to honor the trade.
Or that is. Yeah.
I know it's wonky, but if you can't talk about it here, where can you talk about it? Dave, thanks for...
Okay, we're below the VWAP. We're seeing IWM sell off. We're seeing the Dow sell off. Okay, so the Dow's at session lows. The Dow's at the daily lows. IWM is still well away from those lows, but the Dow and IW have been selling off. So on the Dow, and the sectors, let's see what sectors are selling off here. Okay, so probably, so keep in mind, okay, utility selling off today, XLE. So the first one to lead was XLE, and financial selling off. So financials and XLE selling off, materials selling off. The only sectors that are green up until this point are XLK, XLY, and XLV. So healthcare is the leader. And the big losers today are XLF, financials, energy. Financials and energy, if they take a slide, those are the leaders in the Dow. More than likely, the Dow is going to take a slide to the downside as well. Within financials and energy, XLE. Who's taking the biggest hit? XLE. CVE. Synovus Energy is down 3%. Oxy down 2%. EOG down 1.5%. The only green spot, Valero's up 3%. MPC down 0.43. ConocoPhillips down 2.5. XLF. So those sectors are pulling back, okay? They're pulling back. So they were bullish initially. They're pulling back. So let's see if they can find a nice landing spot at some key levels, especially those names that took off, okay? They can get nice technical bounces. Some technical bounces would be great. So we're back to where we started. Back to this key zone. So you see the importance of key levels during all-time highs. Look how many opportunities they provided. So a rejection, a break and retest, the double top rejection. Just these two levels. Okay. We'll run the stream into 145-ish, and then we'll wrap it up. Any questions, let me know. Again, make sure to join our community. Take advantage of the trial. If you're a first-time viewer on YouTube, make sure to subscribe. Long-time viewers, if you're not subscribed, make sure you're subscribed. Make sure you are turning your notifications on. We'll be live tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. Any questions, strikers? Let me know. Okay, we're going to look to end the stream soon. Okay. So that's a pretty decent move to the downside. More than a decent move.
Famine or feast in a 6-month frequency, and it was pretty much driven by a smartphone cycle. Now we're in a different paradigm shift. Over the past 18 months, we have been highlighting the importance of DRAM, and as of last Monday night, here we are. We don't have enough storage, and as Jensen highlighted, we do need a lot of storage. As more tokens are created, we need to store them and move the data around, and storage becomes very critical. I think when you think about the big picture, when you look at these very expensive AI racks, sooner than later, over the next 12 months, the cost of memory, including storage, including DRAM, is going to account for more than the compute. So as much as DRAM, as much as we talk about a compute, either GPU or CPU, sooner than later, your DRAM or your caching storage is going to account for more. And this is the reality that is coming to the market. Manufacturers are now ready. For the past 20 years, we have been spending a lot and waiting for prices to adjust. And now, given the secular trends, everybody is kind of confused as to.
Okay, let's see if we find a nice little bounce spot here. Bounce from here. Push back at 693.09 or break down below here and target that 691.66, 65 territory. So critical juncture here as SPY is trading below VWAP 1 and VWAP 2 and testing that PMH, testing that daily open, and testing that daily upside breaker. So a lot of things in that area. So daily open, PMH, and daily upside breaker all combined converge there, giving us a nice little area. So for us to get follow through, if this is enough, follow through above view up is necessary. That give me that last check. If you have a certain criteria you're waiting for, get back above VWAP. Okay. Okay, let's see, get that continued push. Okay, even if you're not trading this, mental trade. Would you take calls or puts here? Are you leaning bullish or bearish here? Calls or puts? You don't have to have a horse in the race. Calls or puts? Calls or puts? But what a day. Wow, what a day. We made a dash all the way up there just to get back to where we were. So this is a magnet. So it looks like they front ran the move. Interesting thing is yesterday on a no catalyst day, they made that move to ATH. And today we get a magnet day, which is very interesting. All right, so what I mean by that is yesterday was the runaway day. Okay, yesterday, meaning Tuesday. All right. We break above those highs, continue to accelerate. We pull back for 3 15-minute candles, about 45 minutes on the pullback, reclaim that level, and boom. New stratosphere unlocked, okay? All-time highs. So no catalyst on this day. Okay, no catalyst. So we'll make this yellow. We'll make this black. So no catalyst on this day. Okay, on this day, we had a red folder catalyst, if you recall, on Monday. We had a red folder catalyst. So we gap up. So keep in mind that gap still has to be addressed. Okay, that's not just a regular gap. That's a weekly opening gap. And we chop around. Relatively, looks like we went pushed higher, but if you were trading this in real time, which we were, go back and rewatch Monday's episode. All right. Okay, we were trading this, but it was very choppy. So red folder catalyst day. No catalyst day. We run up. And today, a red folder catalyst day with a magnet type of day. Go somewhere to get back to where we were. Okay, so a lot of price discovery, a lot of liquidity engineering, a lot of setting the stage in those levels that the market likes. So now we can see over the past few days we have this steep ascension. Okay, so far this week. You guys see that? Okay, put me in the chat if you see it. Okay. Put me in the chat if you can see that, all right? On top of that, what do we see here? So that's the path we're taking to the upside. Okay, so past 3 days, we're headed north. We're northbound. Okay, we had two out of the 3 days, we had 2 all-time highs. Out of the 3 days, we had 2 red folder catalyst days. On the day we didn't have the red folder catalyst when we made that run up. And then now we're putting some pressure on this current path we're taking to those highs. So this is, so far this week, this is support. Okay, 2 touches. First touch. Second touch. You at least need 2 touches. All right. You can't have a direction without 2 touches. Minimum 2 touches, of course. Okay, so first touch, second touch. Okay, now what's being put under pressure? This support is being put to the test. And this support, coincidentally, no such thing as coincidences, right? That doesn't exist, guys. The days of coincidence doesn't exist. You don't believe me? You'll find out on your own very soon. We get into this daily upside breaker and support line up. So this is a key battleground. Bulls and bears will be fighting right over here. Whoever can dictate control at this particular area gets to decide. Okay, this is leaning towards support until proved otherwise. If it doesn't, this is a drop back to downside. So now in this case, if I'm going to start thinking along the lines of the idea of, hey, you know what? There's a phenomenon that takes place, which we've been seeing, that a couple of days after make all-time highs, it pushes the downside. So now I'm seeing that we're taking this path, we're taking this road to those highs. Now I want to see a reversal pattern. Let's see if I can get a head, shoulder, okay, and potential knees and toes all the way to the floor. Okay, head and shoulder, knees and toes. All right, so we got right shoulder, we got head. Let's see if we got left shoulder, head. Let's see if we get some sort of right shoulder. Right, and eventually, let's see if that can lead to a break to the downside for us to take that reversal back to the downside. So your job, if you're looking to adopt that bearish line of thinking and pour into that thesis of a couple of days after make all-time highs and push the downside, you want to start seeing the early signs of a reversal pattern and get that shift, the market structure shift. So it's in its infancy, but they could possibly take place. All right, so pay attention to that. But right now, the level that's in question, if you're just playing this pattern outright, you're playing this breakdown, you want to see that close below this level. All right? Because this is a pattern as well. Okay, so that's the line of thinking you're gonna have. The poll usually ends 4 hours or 6 or 8 hours. All right, whenever you're done. Just have to scroll up. I wish I can pin it every day, but if I pin it, it goes to the very top of the chat. Okay. So based on this formation, going into Friday, granted, we have 2 more red folder catalyst days. All right. You don't have to have a horse in the race. Okay. Based on what you're seeing here, are you bullish or bearish? Put in the chat. Currently, right now. Okay. Bullish or bearish? Would you want to see that breakdown play out, or would you want to see that bounce continue to push higher? Which one has the better risk reward? Which one is likely to play out? Okay. So that's going to be on watch. I was looking at the VIX, so I was leaning puts. Not sure. Took 6.9 to 17%, 20%. Will reload and go calls in a moment. Beautiful job. Out 30%. Beautiful job. Nothing like scalping options, guys. I mean, you can get 30, 20, 15%, 40% in a matter of minutes. I'm Orbish. I like that. Or you can say either Orbish. All right, either Orbish. Bullish or bearish, I'm either Orbish. Okay. So no surprise, we're getting catching a bid there. The line in the sand is going to be that VWAP. If we can reclaim that VWAP, we continue to push. That's going to really help us get into that 693.09 territory. I like either Orbish. Going for them, I'm either Orbish. Another tagline for merch. So we got to get going on the merch. Merch. Okay. So now initial response on the 1 to VWAP. We'll look to end it here in a few minutes. If you have any questions, put in the chat. Okay. If not, guys, we're gonna end it here. I'd love to take it to the close, but there's no reason for us to take it to the close. It's just a magnet type of day. If you're done, answer the poll question. You're gonna have to scroll all the way up. Okay. Hopefully everyone had a great day today. Either end of the spectrum that you landed on. Just look to make the proper adjustments. Tomorrow's a new opportunity. Don't be discouraged. Be encouraged. Again, if you're green, if you're in the green camp, and if you haven't been green for a week, for multiple weeks, this is your first time being green in a long time. Okay, best practice would be wrap it up. Right, you might be saying, hey, you know what, George, you're stopping my flow. You're killing my vibe. I'm not. Okay, I just want you to get over just green by any means. Just for the week. Right, there's going to be 252 days. So if you're green already, that's less work for you to do. Okay, your job becomes not giving that back. And that's a hard thing to do. All right, if you've been down that road before, if you have the proper protocols in place, all right, continue to march forward. You can start ramping down on Friday. There's all best practice. I'm not telling you what to do, but just best practice. But if you haven't been green for some time, and you are green right at this moment at 1:37 p.m. Eastern on this wonderful Wednesday afternoon, January 7th, if you're green at this particular moment, okay, you can end your week. Just show up for the next few weeks, continue to take notes, but you did your work. I would argue you have more to lose than to gain. I'm not trying to instill fear in your thinking, but I'm trying to instill the importance of protecting your capital, especially the one that you earned. You put your capital in the line of fire. You got a net positive return. You put effort behind it. The last thing you want to do is give everything back when it's Friday and be in the red. All right, that would be a great tone setter for the new year. It's just the small things that matter, guys. The small things that matter. Okay? So very, very important. So tomorrow's our last day, and then Friday we ramp down, and then the official first week of January is in the books. Just like that. Out of 52, 1 down. Okay, out of 52, 1 down. Out of 252, 4 down. It's not a marathon. It's an ultra marathon. Okay, we're gonna take that phrase and flip it on its head. They say it's not a sprint. It's a marathon. Trading, guys, it's not a marathon. It's beyond that. It's an ultra marathon. Okay, it's gonna take more than your physical capabilities. It's gonna take what you have inside. All right, if you see marathon runners at the very end or ultra marathon runners, right, it goes beyond the physical. It's all between the ears. I mean, I'm sitting here like I run ultra marathons. I don't, but I can imagine, right, the amount of mental fortitude it takes to push your body to the limits, okay, beyond the limits. And the different chambers, dark chambers in your mind that you enter. Same thing with trading, guys. All right, so very, very important that you do put those protocols in place. It's going to do tremendous things for your confidence. It's going to do tremendous things for your view on yourself, how you view this entire endeavor. If you can understand that, you can do it over and over and over again. 10 weeks from now, it would all make sense. It would all make sense 10 weeks from now if you can follow those protocols. And then you never want to go back, because you start realizing, hey, you know what? Is trading hard? Absolutely. But it's pretty straightforward. It's pretty simple. Okay, I don't like to use the word easy, right? Once you put the best practice into practice, and you start seeing the fruits of your own labor, all right, keep in mind the fruits are a lagging indicator. You're not going to see it right away. Once you start seeing the fruits, you don't want to go back. You're going to say, you know what, I'm going to stick to this. You know what, I don't need those massive targets. Okay, you know, I'm going to manage risk this way. Now it makes sense. Okay? So very, very important. So on that note, we'll wrap up the stream here. Any questions? Let me know if you have any questions on YouTube. Any questions, strikers? One positive takeaway from me today was that my analysis was spot on. We'll study what I saw again for futures reference. Absolutely, Lynn. Tremendous job on calling out that IWM reclaim above 255, 51 was it? Somewhere along those levels. Okay. We will reconvene tomorrow. But if you want to join us tomorrow for the pre-market prep stream, make sure to join our community. There's a couple of ways to do it. The monthly trial is available. There's 15 spots left every single month. We open it up. January enrollment. There's now 8 spots left. 8 spots left. Use the code TRIAL30. It's on the screen. Click the link pinned in the chat. Use the code TRIAL30. You save 25%. You get to be part of our pre-market prep stream first thing in the morning at 9 a.m. Eastern. And then from there, set the stage. Now the game becomes how well can we follow our plan and how well can we execute. Do things come up where we need to call an audible and go away from the plan? Yes, they do. But 7 to 8 times out of 10, it's a matter of how well can we follow the plan and how well can we execute. So you get access to that. You get access to pre-market prep material, the levels, the zones, everything there. You get access to the delay-free, ad-free stream, swing trade ideas, automated levels, access to my watch list, strategies. You get access to a 5+ hour course, getting started options trading. You get access to my ebook. You get access to everything you need. And most importantly, you get to trade alongside myself and some great, great, great traders who are very supportive, very dedicated to their craft, and will rub off, okay? Their dedication, their commitment, their level of commitment to the game will start rubbing off onto you, and you will do better as well. All right? So make sure to do that. Make sure to join, take advantage. There's 2 ways to do it, but everyone on YouTube should be in the free tier. That's absolutely for free. Again, boot camp. Use the code LAST, all caps, to save, okay, before we start the boot camp on January 10th. We cover all the material here. Everything is available only at smartactiontrading.com. Okay? Though that's where everything is available. So if you get a link from anywhere else, okay, disregard it. All the links have to come from here, and they will lead you to a different page. All right? So this is the way to get access to the material. SmartActionTrade.com, nothing else. All right. So if you have any questions, put in the chat. If not, guys, we will reconvene tomorrow. Take advantage of the trial. Hopefully found value. If you're on YouTube, if you're a first-time viewer, make sure to subscribe. Make sure to like and join us for 3 to 5 episodes. And then once you get a gist of what we do every single day, take the next steps, commit to yourself, join our community, and you won't regret it. All right. All the resources, tools are available. For the ones who want to support the YouTube channel, Refill My Coffee is available. SAT VIP is available. And what I'm going to start doing is every Friday, I'm going to start giving out the link to the community, the paid tier community, to the YouTube members. All right. So that's the YouTube members. I'll send you the link in the private chat. You'll have access to that every Friday. Okay. Every Friday I'll send that out to give you a feel of how we do things. Okay. So again, wherever you are, take advantage. Hopefully you found value. Go back, watch how we navigated the markets, watch how we spot out these ideas. For the ones who joined from the pre-market, right, today was a good framework on how to use the environmental factors to bleed into a potential setup we took this morning. All right, so my primary objective was to get green by any means necessary. That was achieved. Tomorrow, get back to normal, and then we'll close out the week on Friday by sizing down, okay? Any questions, let me know. If not, we're going to wrap it up here. On that note, do see a massive head and shoulder. If you see it, you see it. If you don't, left shoulder, head, right shoulder. Right? I mean, this just stands out. Look, you can clearly see that. All right? Again, what is it reversing? Channel we talked about. Draw that channel for Monday. Monday's lows, connect that to Tuesday's lows, connect that to today's lows. Monday's highs, connect that to Tuesday's highs, connect that to today's highs. You'll get a channel. All right, so let's see if this head and shoulder, this intraday head and shoulder, bleeds into that multi-day support breakdown. We'll see if it does do that. Head and shoulder will be invalidated if we take out those highs. Or if we just start making a series of higher highs and higher lows and start creating a channel here, okay? On that note, we'll wrap it up. Thank you for tuning in, guys. Hopefully you found value. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Stay safe, and God bless each one of you.
Tired of wasting hours staring at charts, over-analyzing trades, and still ending the day with inconsistent results? You're not alone. That's exactly why the Spy Strikers Trading Mentorship Discord community was created. Here, you can trade just one ticker for 1 hour and make strides towards consistent results. Join the Spy Strikers community and get daily live trading, clear pre-market game plans with key levels and high probability buy and sell zones, over 4 hours of delay-free, ad-free live trading and training, plus high win rate trade alerts, automated technicals that simplify charts, and full access to my strategies and indicators. This isn't a signal service. It's a community focused on process over profits, giving you all the resources, guidance, and training to help you succeed. You'll also get a full watch list, 1,500 plus hours of live trading videos, courses, an educational library, ebooks, and dedicated support. Stop guessing. Start trading with confidence. Become a Spy Striker today, and take your trading to the next level.
conventional wisdom. Because I think Netflix was built by challenging conventional wisdom on almost everything.